Hello there, and welcome to the Bitcoin Takeover podcast. This is season 17, episode 5. We are live with Sztorc, who has written a very brilliant article about Bitcoin derangements, and that's going to be like the main topic. For those of you who are not on YouTube and cannot see what we're talking about, it's on his blog, which is truthcoin.info. And I'm going to spell out the URL for those of you who are able to type. It's /blog/derangements. It was published on the 16th of July 2025. It has been updated ever since, and it's just so good. We're going to talk about this. Hi, Paul.
I'm glad you liked it. When I read it, I just think like it looks so ugly, like on the page. It's just this like broken list of just text, and it doesn't look great. But really, it has the highest alpha out of everything in the whole industry because it is kind of about the inevitable destruction of Bitcoin in a way. I mean, that's not really what it's about, but that's the question that it asks us to confront. And so a lot of people think that's so bizarre that they can't even wrap their head around that even being a possibility. But it is nonetheless important to dwell on all these mistakes and why it is none of them have been corrected for so long.
Right. So,
but yeah,
how do you define a derangement? Is it like the Trump derangement syndrome where people can't stop talking about something and they blame everything on it?
Not quite, but it's a similar thing where there's just something is persistently wrong and it is not fixed. So like you go to the post office and you think, oh, I forgot the letter I was going to mail. You go back home and you get the letter and you go back to the post office and then you think, oh, the post office is already closed. You come back the next day and you send, but eventually the problem is solved. Eventually you can make it to the post office and mail the card, But these derangements are like someone, they go to the post office and like, you didn't put a stamp on this. And then they're like, okay. And then they try again without putting the stamp on. Or the post office closes at 5 p.m. every day. They go at 5:01 and it's closed. And they try over and over and over again forever. And they never fix the problem. And that's the derangements are just these mistakes that never get corrected, and it's kind of like this scar tissue that like doesn't like heal. They're just these wounds in Bitcoin that they are just, for some reason we don't have a kind of rational corrective process for them. And so it's like the fall of the Roman Empire question of like, will this just keep getting worse and worse and worse until this all just accumulates into an unfixable situation? Which hopefully the answer is no. But if there is, we should definitely figure out like what we're going to do because it's a pretty important topic. But yeah, it just takes the form of just an ugly list with bullet points. It kind of would have been better as slides or something maybe, but it's just so much text. But yeah, I just typed that out as a list and then it's my article. But the actual content of the article is top shelf. But I think this presentation isn't very good. Maybe people don't really read anymore. So maybe they'll get a lot out of this podcast format. But yeah, why don't you just let me know whatever you think people would be interested in. We could just go down the list or whatever you think.
Yeah, I also want, before we start diving into the specific topics, I want to mention that you actually classified these. Like you have the severe derangements, you have the medium derangements, and you have like the minor derangements. I guess it's important to talk about the severe ones. And I also want to jump a bit to the conclusion section because you say something which is very important, and I want people to pick this up very early on. You mentioned that there is like a battle between the truth-oriented and loyalty-oriented. I think this is beautiful. It describes very well what's happening with the culture and where people are right now. A lot of them are afraid to tell the truth because they're tied to some sort of loyalty situation. Like they are friends with someone, or they're associated with some organization, or they're advisors in some sort of treasury company or whatever. And they can't say exactly what it is that they're doing or what is wrong. They will just pretend that everything is fine. I see. So in contrast to this article that you posted, I see more people talking about how Bitcoin is winning and how we
Yeah.
are already the
Right.
winners and we are part of the mainstream and it's over. Like the battle is over. We shouldn't try to do anything anymore. Bitcoin is
Yeah.
complete.
Bitcoin fixes this, infinity divided by 21 million, etc. Fix the money, fix the world. There is no second best, that type of thing. Yeah. So it's weird because the gist of the article is that like nothing can fix this accumulated disaster. But I hasten to add that I'm certainly a Bitcoiner myself, heavily invested in Bitcoin financially and career wise and intellectually and reputationally. And I don't think that it necessarily means that anyone who owns Bitcoin today will lose their money or will regret it. That's not what I'm saying. But what I am saying is that the current culture is like it's bizarre to say, but the current culture is so bad that it almost can't be fixed. Maybe it can. I mean, I hope I'm wrong about that. But I think it's very bad news overall, but it's just put into like a little humble article with a humble list. But hey, I'll let you then. But yeah, that is a very common theme that eventually in a rational world, everyone's loyal to the truth. They notice the problem and they say, "Oh, what are we going to do about this problem? Oh, we can't fix it. We'll escalate up to the big brains. It goes up from the sergeant and it goes up to the general. And they fix it. Or it would go up to like Greg Maxwell or whatever to fix. Go up to the intellectual top of the tower. But in a deranged situation, it's like we don't talk about that problem here, and it just gets worse and worse, and it's much more of like a Soviet type of a thing. So you could speak maybe to the Romanian experience of like these problems being swept under the rug, and then of course that has artificial stability for a very long time before the big black swan event just erupts, and then I don't know, did you like kill that guy or something? You had like the most hated dictator of all time or something, so I don't know.
No, I guess he was just the only one of all the Warsaw Pact dictators to not peacefully give up on power. And he had to be removed by force. So that's why it
Yeah.
was such a big deal.
He stayed in power for a little longer. He had the artificial stability, and then he had an extremely unstable. What I assume is he got beaten to death or something by the angry mob of Romanians.
No,
but
he wasn't. He was shot.
uh,
They put him on trial. Like it was all staged very precisely. They flew him with a helicopter, and the pilot turned out to be a traitor. And he left him on an open field, and then he was picked up by someone who looked like a normal civilian who was like, "Oh, I'm just passing by. Do you want to go somewhere? You seem lost." And he took them to a place where they got put on trial very fast. They got accused of a lot of stuff that they did not do, but they could not defend themselves. But they sort of deserved some sort of punishment. I disagree that they should have been killed so fast. Like they knew so much, they possessed so much information that could be used later. But they just wanted a clean slate. They wanted
in the past, I understand that too. But yeah, that was like this time that's sort of where Hitler went wrong with the 1-day trials, and then you're just like, well, now we'll never know. Anyway, back on topic though. Why don't you will take us back into the article?
Yeah, I also want to disappoint you with something.
Okay.
Because where is it? I'm on Bitcoin Talk right now. I'm checking my messages. I actually sent a DM to Greg Maxwell. And on his profile right now, which is G Maxwell on Bitcoin Talk, he has a new web page, which is nt4tn.net. And he calls himself a retired software engineer. So even
he hasn't been active for a very long time. I mean, I think it's debatable. The whole thing's debatable, but like, did he pretend to stop working during the block size war because he was being threatened or something? But I also think just literally he hasn't contributed anything. Like if you think of like he used to be very, 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 very active on Bitcoin Talk, and he would post all these ideas, CoinJoin, and even Coin Witness, which later kind of became CK Snarks. All that stuff was like posted about by him in like 2012 or some cases even earlier, like in a theoretical paragraph and then later fleshed out.
No, but
But
my point is that you had this description where you said that it goes up to the generals and the Greg
yeah,
Maxwells, but there's no more Greg Maxwell to speak of.
yeah, but that's implied in the article. Like, where have all the leaders gone? And in fact, I take a couple shots at people later on in the lesser derangements. I say, some of the people have basically abandoned us. Like, a lot of people have just quietly left. But even people like, okay, like Pete Rizzo is like a friend of mine. I like him, but he, you know, because of the algorithm, they just post all caps lock junk all day. So
Oh no, he's getting punished right now by the
yeah,
changed algorithm. He's
but
not
this is the
getting the
thing: is
same engagement.
he's following that. He's, instead of just posting what he thinks is important. Now, I agree that if the game has stupid rules, then play stupid games, win stupid prizes. But he's trying to follow the algorithm. But it was just like, yeah, that was just all caps lock. You're not bullish enough. Rocket emoji, like stuff that a retard would write. So he's like, he has this preeminent knowledge of all this Bitcoin history and stuff. And Adam Back, another friend and one of the people who supported me for a very long time, on socially and on Bitcoin Twitter and stuff, and I'm very grateful for that. But it's kind of like they're just posting stuff about like the price and retracements and blah blah blah, like technical, like price chart, technical in quotes, because that is all just a bunch of superstitious garbage. Um, and instead, they should be, they should be taking the lead in a technological sense. So yeah, there is no leader. People didn't even know, for example, that like I pointed that out about the official policy from Bitcoin Core is if anything's controversial, they won't touch it. Then you had crazy Jonas Nick was accusing me of just fabricating that out of nowhere. He had no idea that Ava Chow has tweeted publicly multiple times that is the policy. So he didn't even know that was the policy, and he just assumed that I was like, I don't know, concocting a wholesale fabrication to like slander Bitcoin Core, but he doesn't even know that that's explicitly was said in writing. It's always been said. And so people don't even realize. So there's no leadership, all these conspiracies about Bitcoin Core being captured. It's worse than that. There is no organizational structure at all. There's just Ava Chow being too cowardly to face any decision and just writing everything off as controversial, or just taking all this, merging more unit tests and
Yeah,
camel
but
case.
it's much deeper than that because controversial is subjective. Like, controversial to whom? Is it just some troll
Yeah,
on Twitter who's
exactly. No,
gonna
yeah,
say
it's all
that this doesn't have consensus, or is it
yeah.
just this council of well trained and, how should I put it, fluent in C++ core developers or whatever who are
Yeah,
working
anyone
on the
can
core
make
project?
something
But the
controversial. But
point
it's
is
a,
that if you
yeah.
read Roger Ver's book, which is called Hijacking Bitcoin, he describes the situation with Tamos from, I think it was the summer of 2015, when basically he did not allow any conversation to happen on our Bitcoin about Bitcoin XT, which was supposed to be a hard fork, because he considered that Bitcoin XT is an altcoin. It goes all the way there, where he described consensus as having nearly anonymous acceptance among the elites.
Right.
And right
Yeah,
now they took the same criteria, which were being used for hard forks, and they applied them for soft forks, which are optional, which is very interesting.
exactly. No, this is extremely important point. The word consensus means the actual English word means that everyone in the room agrees. It has never been how any real group of humans operates, and it has never been how Bitcoin Core operates. Now, Bitcoin Core is a group of people, but very misleadingly, there's an equivocation where the same word consensus is used by the software to describe the bytes in the blockchain, where everyone has to have the exact same bytes, the exact same order. That is necessary for Bitcoin to function, and that is how it works. And so people kind of play this like maybe kind of hypnosis shell game. They don't realize they're doing it, perhaps. But yeah, it was a consensus in the software, consensus among humans. total consensus required for a hard fork. By the way, that's not true. Just kind of a overwhelming majority would really be what was literally an actual description of what's happening. But then, and then the whole point of the soft fork being invented in 2012 is that it does not require consensus. So that the fact that people are now backfilling that requirement, that's like saying, the whole point of like using flying in an airplane is that we don't need to use a boat, but then you keep you take off with the airplane and the airplane just like glides across the surface of the water or something. It's like we're taking a plane, we're gonna take a plane from London to New York or something, and it's gonna go like you're in like a 747 like on the surface of the Atlantic Ocean. It's so that's all this is very depressing. The idea that soft forks require consent, that is one of the derangements. The fact that nothing can get done. We haven't had any soft forks in many years. There's no hope of having any in the future. The miners have abdicated their role even to care about their own bottom line. The mining pools mostly care about competing against other pools, so they're not even happy when the Bitcoin price goes up or when transaction fees go up. And the ASIC manufacturers would be the beneficiaries, and the people who own the ASICs would be beneficiaries, but they're diffuse. Um, so yeah, there's unfortunately a lot of like these problems, these derangements. These are problems that persist, and they're not really getting any better. And so I think it points to a question of start over with something new or try to continue to fix what might be broken beyond repair.
Yeah, it's a very useful conversation to be had because going back to the block size wars, I don't think at the time the conversation was that BTC was going to become a store of value and BCH was going to become the medium of exchange, and then we're going to see which one the market picks. It was all about, okay, this one is going to activate SegWit and try the Lightning Network, which is a layer 2, and this other one is going to try on-chain scaling, increase the block size. It was two technical approaches to achieve the same problem, which was to make Bitcoin work as money. But somewhere along the way, Lightning never delivered, not in the way that they promised, because there's always going to be someone on the beach in El Salvador saying, "What do you mean I use Lightning every day?"
Right.
And
Yeah.
BCH never took off for different reasons. First
Right.
of all, because they kept on fighting. They had a lot of infighting, and they had two different forks that emerged from BCH. There was BSV and then also the eCash one. I think it's XEC. And they also had Craig Wright, who sort of destroyed everything. They made the movement look sort of crazy and cultish. And I guess also the market was not mature enough to handle these
Yeah, it's a separate
situations.
issue, I think, why Bitcoin Cash did not do very well. And I have been on the Bitcoin Cash podcast trying to explain it to them, and they're not super thrilled, but I think I have a big list. I had a big list is my green table that I published about but there's so many things to say. Like, so if we could just change gears and just talk about Bitcoin Cash for a while, because I think part of the problem with the BTC Bitcoin Core derangements is that there's no competition keeping everything healthy. There's just one good project. Then there's like Ethereum, and then there's like some other projects. But if those other projects were, hot on our tail or nipping at our heels, that would you wouldn't be able to have these derangements. People would get rid of them. It's like if you're fighting a war and one person has like, one side has like a bunch of DEI, like irrelevant hiring criteria, and then the other side, they're, they're hopeless. They're never going to win the war. Well, then you would fix the DEI problem. But if it was like World War II and everyone is racing and they're both innovating as fast as possible, then you would get really creative really fast. You'd start the Manhattan Project. You would start, industrialization of mass producing airplanes and stuff like that. So a lot to say, but yeah, why did Bitcoin Cash not succeed? Really bad. Well, the idea wasn't good, and the execution wasn't that good either. The the idea of just hard forking once to the 8 megabyte block is kind of like what was so special about the number 8, right? Either just remove the cap or don't. And then if you do 8, won't you have to do 32 again? And then isn't this whole headache? It kind of made it seem like they didn't understand this hard fork was why everyone was suffering, because they didn't know how to handle that. So now we're just gonna just hard fork all the time, I guess. Keeping the name, I think, added a lot of stigma to the project and like anxiety over who's going to be, fighting over what's the real Bitcoin. The idea of large block L1, I'm not an advocate of that. I think we scale in layers, so I agree that we want the small block L1, large block L2, because you can't do the reverse. Just like weird
Well,
timing.
to be honest, sorry for interrupting you.
Sure.
I think Bitcoin Cash is doing a good job right now because they
Yeah,
activated some of the Satoshi era opcodes.
they
And
are.
ironically, they're building layer 2s right now.
Yes, I think it would have been easier for them, like if they had, because what instead happened was Amaury Sachet did his thing August, while everyone was still distracted with SegWit 2x. People, Jameson Lopp and Eric Voorhees were talking on Twitter. At the time, it was called Twitter, kids, and, and they were talking about how is Bitcoin Cash the new large block project? And then the large blocker group said no. Of course, SegWit 2x is still happening. So then we had people selling and buying coins, and well, during this interim period. And then it kind of just launched like as a surprise. The better thing would have been to pick a new name, give months worth of advance notice, and say, thanks, but no thanks. We on this BTC team, we're gonna swap for a different team, and just tell everyone hold both coins. You win no matter what happens. That was partly what Dan Kravitz. Remember, Dan Kravitz used to say that. He used to say hold both coins. That was in his genius phase. But unfortunately, I mean, I really like Dan Kravitz a lot. I think his mind is a joy.
Oh, Daniel Kravitz. Okay.
Yeah, he's crazy, but he's really something else. He believes in this guy. There's this debate in biology about. I don't want to get into the details, and like there's a lot of math behind it also, but there's basically about there's this continuum of belief on this thing called signaling, and Zahavi is all the way on one side as with Daniel Kravitz. Okay, and then there's another side of this story that doesn't agree with this at all. But Zahavi basically says that the way you prove to your girlfriend that you're worth it, that you're a good person, is to like basically grow as many defective mutations as possible and like become like a decrepit. Because you can say, despite having this really heavy peacock tail that's useless and attracts predators and it doesn't help you fly, and it's despite all that, I'm still alive. Okay. Now I happen to be very skeptical of this, as are many biologists who say the signaling works the other way. Like the reason when a lion roars, it's because they're really healthy. They can make a loud, deep roar, and the roar is something that a little tiny mouse can't do. And so the signaling goes kind of the other way, or that there's many variations of this, and we don't want to get into it. But my belief is that this Zahavi theory destroyed Daniel Kravitz's mind and destroyed Bitcoin SV, because Dan Kravitz was like, oh, this Craig Wright, he is the useless peacock feathers. He is the dumb thing that I can attach to my intelligence. And I can say, despite being weighed down by all this stupid crap, this project's like still alive. And the problem with this Zahavi theory is it causes you to evolve like having only one eye and one leg, and like being like misshapen and like just dying of disease, and all so that the women will notice you. And I don't know, like but this is this is considered a possibility. This is kind of an open question in biology that people are researching. But this is an extreme view. A lot of people have other views, like women evolve a taste for sort like the peacock tail that causes the men to, they have like views that are in the middle and views that are like, so there are different views about honest signaling. But I just wanted to go on this ramble about this because it's funny to me. I really like Dan Kravitz, but his explicit belief is that the more bad something is, the more good it is. So he has this contradiction living inside of him. And then that was Bitcoin SV. So he was like, great, this is exactly what I needed. The worst idea ever. But, I don't know.
I mean,
What do you say about
if
that?
you
So
go
there's
all the
lots of
way back
everyone's
to
deranged. Sorry.
2012, I think Dan Kaminsky was the first one to make a presentation at a hackers event where he basically said, in order for Bitcoin to scale to have today's level of transactions that Visa has, it needs to have 1 terabyte blocks, not terabyte, 1 gigabyte blocks, and you need to have this type of processor with like 64 cores, and you also need to have this amount of storage. Like he did the napkin math back in 2011 or 2012. And this idea of having what later Calvin Ayre, or whatever his last name is, referred to as the gigamegs,
Yes.
it took, so from 2012 until 2018 or 19 when SV came around, it's been quite a few years, and people had enough time to think about it and consider it. And it was not something novel. It was just the first time when someone put this into practice. What really sucks and is awful about SV is the fact that they enabled confiscation. So they did something along these lines to make it easy to confiscate the coins.
Well, I think it's
And they also
inevitably.
say that they're like the legally compliant. So if there's a court order
Yeah.
that the police
But this
should
is all
seize some
fake.
coins.
This is all downstream of Craig's own insanity. You know what I mean? Like he painted himself into a corner because at first Craig was going to be like, I'm the real Greg Maxwell and I'm Satoshi and I have the ace of spades. I'm the highest card in the deck because I'm Satoshi. And so then he was going to say like, in the block size war, that would have mattered a lot because most of the technical elite were small blockers. And I should say that also I was a small blocker and I still am an L1 small blocker. And I kind of agree with Thamos that explicitly promoting a hard fork, that would be like promoting, fiat currency. It's like promoting a competitor to Bitcoin. They should have. I happen to also think, not to give too many threads, but I think that Thamos's actions actually helped Bitcoin Cash and Bitcoin XT and hurt the small block movement. But that's just my opinion. I don't know if that. So I think he didn't realize that he was doing Streisand effect, and he was giving cover to all the bad arguments in Bitcoin Cash land by saying, "Oh, listen, this is all censored or whatever." But yeah, Craig, of course, is crazy. So I mean, this is related to the derangements point because it's kind of like if Bitcoin's going to collapse, it kind of has to collapse. There has to be a competitor. It has to collapse into something. And the question is what? And the answer is, everything else is also deranged. So I mean, like obviously the fiat currencies are terrible. 99% of the altcoins are scams. Ethereum is really not that good. And so, I'm still like 99% Bitcoiner for now, but these problems are here. And the reason I wanted to bring this up is because, yeah, Craig is obviously like an example of a derangement, on the large blocker side that was in BCH and that was then in BSV. And Craig, he couldn't really. What could he do? He said at first he was saying I'm the technical guy, but then it was tough. What was he going to say once you had other technical people such as Omri trying to ask him basic questions, or then when they have an actual dispute about that thing, C canonical transaction ordering, or these other questions they wanted to ask, then it's revealed that he doesn't actually know that much. And then it was like, oh, he's misunderstood genius or whatever, blah, blah, blah. So yeah, but then it's ultimately becomes clear that he's not that either, So, but yeah, wishful thinking is a hell of a drug. And everyone wants, once they become a bag holder, they won't um, hear a word against, which is partly why the derangements article, like a bunch of Bitcoiners are just going to, they're not going to read it at all. Or if they read it, they're not going to read it like in the right mood of mind, of like actually being curious about what it says. They're going to scan it for various phrases, and then you're just going to say, this is hostile to Bitcoin. This is not, this is not what I'm used to hearing. I'm used to opening Twitter and seeing Bitcoin is hope and an AI image, and because I'm an idiot. And then it's like, okay, well, yeah. So Should we talk about like any of them? Do you have any that you like? Should we just maybe read them? Why don't you like read just the titles of them all so that because people have some idea of what it is I'm so against. But really, what I'm really against is this fact that the culture cannot like admit its mistakes, even when they're like obvious mistakes or things like the SegWit witness discount, things where just like everyone is just has a wrong belief, but it just doesn't even matter. Like nothing matters. So maybe we should give people some idea of what the article is about. I don't know if you want to or
Yes,
not.
sir. So I was gonna mention that you became quite iconoclastic from the beginning, and that's why some people will get to this page, which is truthcoin.info/blog/derangements. And you start out with Lightning. And a lot
Yeah.
of Bitcoiners will read this and be like, oh, it's just
Yeah.
Paul being
It's the
Paul. There's
biggest
nothing
sacred cow
interesting
of them
here.
all. Yeah.
But I have a lot to say about this because you also went to TabConf and you were not planning to go to TabConf, and then you got sort of persuaded by Michael Tidwell and you got on stage and you did a presentation, and the format was brilliant and it helped you actually be able to get people to debate you and also get people to agree with you, which was really beautiful. And it's interesting how the sentiment changes year after year to the point where, yeah, you were right all along, but it's very
Yeah,
hard
I
for
was right.
people
All
to
and
admit.
their heart isn't really in it. You could see on TabConf, their heart really wasn't even in defending it. There were a few passionate defenders who are like the dumbest people in the room who are like, no offense, but like Shinobi and stuff. The TabConf room is full of like real engineers. And then you just have like some people, they had a lot of passion. There was like two people.
Also, Shinobi's objections were mostly semantic. Like, he felt like you were generalizing and he just wanted to point out to the exceptions to your rule. But he did not
Yeah.
disagree overall to what you were saying.
Yeah, there was no one who really disagreed. And then there were some people who are like, we get like, I hate to say this too because I feel mean, but like we get like the Twitter marketing guy for like a Lightning, like they will disagree on Twitter, but like they're paid to do that. It's fake, and they're not, And meanwhile, we got Taj Draja on the stage with me for 10 minutes. Like I think Taj Draja outranks Alex Gladstein and
And
Hannah.
for people
Whoever.
who don't know who that is, it's because you haven't read the Lightning white paper. By the way, you
That
should.
is the inventor of the Lightning Network. And he came on and he didn't, and I've known Taj for many years, and he's a great guy. And he has a lot of integrity, and he always, as I said in the talk, Taj has always been trying to pump the brakes on all of the nonsense of Lightning. So yeah, he certainly didn't do anything wrong. His invention is brilliant, and he was always totally honest about it. But yeah, he comes on stage and then he doesn't say like, "Oh, you're wrong about this, 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 and this is the central point," and blah blah blah. He comes on stage and he's basically kind of just like, "Can we change the subject to U3XO or something? Because I'm more interested in that than the Lightning Network." That's like what he said. So, so yeah, like that is, that you're playing chess and the person tips over the king, basically. But some of these people, like, they don't even
And then
realize,
he
like,
says,
Alex
can we
Gladstein,
play checkers?
they still think like, well, yeah, people. That's right. Alex Gladstein doesn't know we're playing chess. He still thinks that because he's got an email from someone who says they're from Kenya and they use the Lightning Network, that means that it's, and that he gets primal to primal zap on Noster. And again, like it's funny, I end up making fun of Primal is an ingenious idea and a great product for making Noster much more convenient and basically usable. But of course, the problem is not Noster. It's the problem is the Lightning icon. But really, none of this would be a problem if Bitcoin had a culture that was reasonable, or if the Lightning people haven't. It's unfortunate. The Lightning Network. I mean, there's basically nothing in Bitcoin culture that it hasn't somehow destroyed. It has seeped into every crack, and it has ruined almost everything. And it is like just, and anyone who tells the truth is like, then will suffer like socially. This has gone on for many, many, many years. Once I was at, I don't know, building on Bitcoin in Amsterdam, and like someone, I think it was, Ben Ark or someone, I hate to name drop, because super, super, super great guy. But people would come up to me like at the bar. We'd all be at the bar, huge bar, 50 Bitcoiners in a room. And people would be like, yeah, you're so right about everything. And you're right about, I think maybe I published the security budget stuff at the time. And they're like, you just have to stop criticizing the Lightning Network, because if you do, then people won't listen to you as much. And, when I was doing the fundraising for Layer 2 Labs originally, I had like this huge 60 slide deck for like the big conversation. There's like one slide in there about Lightning Network isn't that good and we can do better. And people would be like, oh, you can't say that, blah, blah, blah. Now revealed to be the truth. But yeah, it's the biggest sacred cow of them all. You cannot criticize the Lightning Network, even though it is literally destroying everything. And, like that guy had to do, I hate to say this again, like, I don't want to do this, but and people have to understand the truth about what's happening, which is that when the guy went to PubKey in New York, they said for the first Bitcoin transaction from a president of the United States, Donald Trump, to the bar to buy for like a beer or a hamburger or whatever. I'm pretty sure that Trump does not drink alcohol, so I don't know what it was, but then they used the stupid Lightning thing that doesn't work. If they used on-chain, it would have to work. It wouldn't be confirmed, but it would work. And you could hold up, but instead they just shut it off, and then they have to cover the whole thing up. And then anyone who brings this up, they have to proactively discredit. So it's just a huge
you're a shitcoiner.
Yeah, it just engine pumping out evil in all directions. And that's why I have to talk about it. I don't want to embarrass these people. I don't want to embarrass Alex Gladstein or the PubKey owner. I don't really care about them at all. And I hope that they lead long, happy lives of peace or whatever. But people in the audience have to understand, like, there is a huge immune system that will discredit the honest people, not the neutral people. The neutral people who just kind of stay out of it. Everyone who tells you the truth about how bad the Lightning Network is will get the extra lies being told about them to discredit them. And of course, because these people, all the people honest about the Lightning Network sucking, they have integrity, people are going to look for ways to criticize them, but they're not going to find any, because these are the people with integrity. These are the good guys. And then they're going to make up a bunch of ones about how, whatever, Fiat Joff, he was saying just burn Lightning to the ground. He was one of the first people saying it in like 2023 or something. And similarly so you become inconvenient. You've done nothing wrong and you become inconvenient. So, it's because you've done nothing wrong that they have to then. But this is a perfect example of the derangement. In a sane world, Lightning would never have even been invented. Like it may have been invented, but it wouldn't have been. We built a world where Lightning came out, and then everyone just started, log rolling and talking about how great it was. And it's created this huge culture where everyone thinks Lightning is great. So of course, when the guy says, "Oh, we have to have the president of the United States in our bar," then you have to say, "Oh, let's use a Lightning wallet," because that's what you would think in this context. So everyone's an innocent victim of the evil of the Lightning Network. But in a sane world, we would never have even reached this point. And if we did, everyone would say, well, why did that transaction not work? And they would investigate and we would fix the problem and it would never happen again. But since the real truth is that the Lightning Network is terrible technology and it's likely to happen again, and it will happen again unless you use custodial Lightning, which is a huge contradiction, which is custodial Lightning is basically saying not using Lightning. That's just the only way Lightning works is when you don't use it, when you use custodial Lightning. Custodial Lightning, again, is another thing where, like, we would never even be, you would get laughed out of the room. It's like a bunch of engineers building an elevator to reach the top of, the Burj Khalifa or the Empire State Building. And you get into the elevator and you have to, like, climb the stairs in order to get up to the next floor. And they're like, no, that's what the elevator is for. The whole point of the Lightning Network is so that it's not custodial. But anyway, the Lightning Network is the biggest sacred cow of them all. It is also the biggest disaster, and it has seeped into Bitcoin culture. It causes everyone to lie to everyone else. It causes widespread, like, fraud, basically, and huge malinvestment. It distracts the engineers by keeping them working on useless nonsense. It encourages people to be vague and use a lot of prestige words, confusing words, inbound liquidity, submarine swap. That's confusing to the user. The reason they do that is because you don't want everyone to know, you don't want everyone to see clearly how a disaster the situation is. So they always say, oh, blah blah blah, flood and loot and yeah, and like we got really smart people working on it, blah blah blah. It is just an engine of making things worse, and it's just spreading disaster. And so that's why it has to be first on the list. It is the biggest derangement of them all, but we have lots of other derangements. And when I made that list, the treasury companies were still very popular. But I put the treasury companies on the list because they're a terrible idea and they don't make any sense. There's no reason to have someone else buy Bitcoin for you. You should be buying your own Bitcoin. That's like the custodial lightning. It's like, wait a minute, I thought I was doing that. You know, it should be your Bitcoin. We're just giving up your precious Bitcoin to someone in exchange for worthless paper stock that they can print at any time. But because of Michael Saylor, everyone thinks this is the greatest idea ever. And they thought, you know what we need to do more of this idea. We need to franchise this. And we need to do all these other treasury companies because this is the way to just print. Remember Magic Flywheel, infinite money glitch. Turns out, no, MicroStrategy is now down more than 50% since that article was published. It's a lot harder to publish an article like that when it's like going the way up, 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 up. Now, months later, I've been again proven right. Like I will be proven right on every other of the points. And the people who tried to copy the treasury strategies, they are down even more. Whatever. Again, I like David Bailey a lot. His thing is down. Like it's hard to do the accounting because you don't know like how exactly what is the real stock price that people got in at, but it's down like more than 50% from even what I think people got in on it, or Naka, aka Kindly MD. So, and then you could see from the recent interview that with at the What Bitcoin Did Danny interview how defensive and hollow it all is. You ask some simple questions about a tiny detail about, and then you have to like everyone has to. So you see that examples that interview, the recent Michael Saylor interview on What Bitcoin Did is a perfect example of the derangement at work. In a sane world, people would just talk about, oh, this is a problem and this is going well. And in fact, I think we could push the envelope on this and this. Well, this is still an open question, or yeah, this is a fundamental issue. So if every time you want to, like imagine something at SpaceX or something going like that. It was okay, every time you want to go to space, you need more rocket fuel. So we're not fixing that. But we can fix this other thing, and the new version will actually be 10 centimeters wider. And so, yeah, in engineering, it's usually when the problem with the engineering is oftentimes the engineers build something that shouldn't exist. But I'll stop talking in a second. But what you really need is a key goal, like a key metric. So, like in a race, you want to finish with the fastest time. So a race or like a video game speed run, these are very rational things because there's a clear measure of who won and why, and what everyone's supposed to be doing. But then in the deranged world, it's just Michael Saylor trying to coerce and psychologically manipulate Danny into not asking him certain questions. He's trying to steer people away from the truth because the truth is not good.
The truth is inconvenient. The truth stands in the way of actually progressing, and Michael Saylor is not a fan of any of this. He's been trying to. There's a reason why he started buying domains, which I guess he has for a long time, but he redirected domains to some sort of Saylor Academy Bitcoin education website, where he's trying to tell people what he wants them to know about Bitcoin and see it from his point of view, and onboard a bunch of suits and institutions and whatever from the perspective of the narrative that he's projecting onto Bitcoin. And he's sort of angry that he's losing the plot and he's losing the battle overall because the strategy, for example, what was it? The company Metaplanet from Japan, which is also sort of owned or handled by David Bailey. I'm not 100% sure. But what they did was to copy the strategy of MicroStrategy to buy Bitcoin in the same way. And they assumed that it's this infinite money glitch.
Yeah.
But it's not. That's not how markets work.
Yeah, if it was, like you can see how like when a new company comes out that changes things, like Walmart put all the products you like in like one big box store. So they put a lot of smaller stores out of business, but people were like, oh, this is convenient. And then Amazon did like, shipping and stuff to the but when people come up with a new business model that's good, everyone either has to compete against it, like have some kind of comparative advantage in a different way, product differentiation, or they have to like kind of adopt it. So it's like, for example, when airlines didn't used to have apps, phone apps, they didn't used to have online check-in, but of course, once a few people start doing that, then eventually everyone has to do it. So ironically, Michael Saylor tried to use this metaphor in his conversation. I mean, there's so many things wrong with the debate. It's impossible to know where to begin, but he tried to do this electricity metaphor. But really, that was exactly what Danny had just asked him. He had just asked Michael Saylor, like, oh, if you're doing these preferreds, do these other people have to do it? And then Michael Saylor says, well, yeah, when someone has electricity, then other people will do it as well. But that's exactly, so it's kind of bizarre. It's truly bizarre if you really watch it. Like, he ducks the question, but then he uses a metaphor that explains why he shouldn't have ducked the question.
No,
And
but
the
he was
metaphor
always
doesn't even
like
make
this.
sense.
It's just that we haven't paid attention.
Yeah, that was what I was
There
also
were
going to
questions
say.
that he was getting from investors early on, 2022 or something, and they were asking him, so what if Bitcoin fails? And he was like, oh, what if the sun explodes or whatever, or what if the
Yeah,
earth
he's a
starts
fan of
spinning?
metaphor, and so am I. I like metaphor too. But you're right. What I meant, what I should also have said is that I think Saylor is also weirdly a victim in a way because everyone has been lying to Saylor also. They've just been sucking up to him because he's rich. So they haven't been telling him even though I think he's also a deranged person himself. But there was no hope because, of course, everyone's telling him that Lightning is going to fix all Bitcoin's scale. And then, if Michael Saylor will say something like Lightning and these other layer 2 and layer 3 protocols, so just like make up stuff. He's just constantly bullshitting about nonsense. But it's like, who would be telling him the bad news? Really, no one. So I don't know. Like but what I do know is this is not a recipe for a healthy Bitcoin culture where everyone's lying to everyone else. And so there's just one the Treasury companies are just one derangement. But you see in the post, can we read? Do you have it in front of you? I can also, but I have like multiple bullet points about like why the Treasury companies are not good. And this was again at the height. This was like in the summer. This was like at the height of their popularity, and everyone was
Paper
saying,
Bitcoin summer. That's what
yeah,
they called it.
and everyone was saying you've got to get in on these. These are just going to print money, and instead they've all destroyed money. And then people are like, how did you know that would happen before it happened? And it's like, the idea isn't a good idea. There's no reason to give your Bitcoin away for paper stock. They say they're going to buy Bitcoin. They've got to pay their own salaries. They got to maybe pay, who knows what kind of tax fee situation they're in with the custodians. People could lose them. They could lose the money, like FTX was taking care of people's Bitcoin, so they lost the guy was stealing everyone's coins. So yeah, there's absolutely no reason to do any of that. All of that is a terrible idea. Jim Chanos was 100% correct when he said it was agency costs, so the MNAV should always be less than 1 because it's a bad idea. It's basically, he was being very polite. That's a very polite way of saying the idea is stupid. It's like saying someone else should like be spending time with your girlfriend or something. It's
Wait,
ridiculous.
what?
I mean, in general, it's like, they should spend all the time with, you're supposed to have this Bitcoin for your own convenience yield, your own property right on the coin. And it's like, oh yeah, we'll take just give us all of your cash right now, and we'll take good care of it. And it's a terrible idea.
I just want
But
to praise the
everyone
Layer 2 Labs marketing department, or whoever decided that it's a good idea to overdub the conversation between Michael Saylor and Danny. That was hilarious. That was one of the best memes, but it was second to the Brazilian models reading the script of Luke Dash Jr.
Yeah, and
fighting.
the problem is that was so good We cooked so hard on that one. And now he doesn't want to do any other because he's afraid because it was so good. He doesn't want to do, but he did the dub. So we got a second. I got to tell him we've got to do another live action thing or you're fired so that we get another idea out there. Now, too much success. But yeah,
I'm
that
not
was
sure if
great.
it's Serious Cat or someone else, but congratulations. It was
Yeah.
very good. And
They
speaking
have
of
one,
Layer 2
we hit
Labs, they're
it. We hit
sponsoring
every
this
month
show, and
or
I
so.
gotta plug it. Go to
Well,
layer2labs.com/download, get the software, and also
yeah, you're right.
register to the Drivechain Talk Telegram group, which is at DC Insiders. You're gonna find a lot of funny jokes and a lot of action there, a lot of alpha.
Yeah,
You gotta be
we
there.
are great. I mean, okay, so our software actually does scale to 8 billion people. It does onboard 8 billion people. We tested this. So this is related to the Bitcoin Cash, the gigamegs. We have a script that simulates what it would be like if, a certain number of transactions were made. And now, things are very different now in 2026 than they were in the block size war started, which is now more than 10 years ago. In even the heated scaling Bitcoin era, that was 2015. It was September and December of 2015, so it was late 2015, so just barely 10 years. But now it's actually possible to you can run the script, and it is possible to do the process this number of transactions. And another thing that must be pointed out is that if you want 8 billion people using your software, then those transactions have to be processed somewhere. I mean, the ideal thing would be only the sender and the recipient have to, but actually, that I think it should be obvious that that doesn't work because ultimately, we all have to agree on the state of because the world has lots and lots of people, all of which who could transact to each other. So it should be obvious that there has to be some kind of meshing together of everything. But yeah, we've done all this. We have the Z side fork that uses the crate, the Rust crate from the brilliant technicians at the Zcash altcoin, and we have Alt Privacy L2 that uses that library. We now have a quantum proof. This is brand new. We just have L2. We swapped that for quantum resistant signatures. BIP 300 already does not use anything that it doesn't use. The BIP 300 part doesn't use signatures, so it is not vulnerable to quantum computer or ECDSA like break or anything like that. So yeah, we have all this. We have great stuff on there, and it's really good, and it's much better than the Lightning Network. So it's not just I'm not just a critic. Although I think at this point, anyone who is a critic, is doing the Lord's work, so to speak, because the whole thing has produced these interlocking problems. Where again, if you tell the truth about, hey, if you say the emperor has no clothes, and you say, oh, that guy tried to make a Lightning transaction, but it didn't work. Now you're an enemy of Bitcoin, and everyone hates you. And for again, not for being neutral, but for telling the truth about what you actually saw with your own eyes. So then it just becomes, it's just like a giant Jungian shadow. There's like this evil Frankenstein's monster of just overlapping derangements. And yeah, who cares if whether or not Lightning works if it's just going to be in a treasury company? So they all overlap. All of them overlap. All of them are evil, and they all overlap. And I think we certainly add new derangements every year. I don't know if they necessarily grow or get worse. Lightning has gotten worse and worse and worse, and now it's finally shrinking a little bit, but it's so big that who knows how much damage will be done. But yeah, I don't know. Did you have any on the list that you were kind of like surprised by, or you were like, oh, I didn't even know that wasn't true or something?
No, I sort of agree with you on all points. I went through this a few times and I was like, this is so good. It's like a good compilation of everything wrong. I wish
Yeah.
more people would just take one per day or whatever and just think about it.
Yeah.
But we have a question in the chat from Weird Robot. He says,
All right.
Paul, if someone wants to get involved and learn about drive chains, what's a good place to start?
Yeah, just layer2labs.com/download and try the software. And yeah, it should work. We have new mobile wallets coming, but of course, the mobile wallet is not that fun. But the really fun thing is you get Bitwindow. Bitwindow lets you see into the blockchain and see all this cool stuff that's going on. And we are resetting the chain this particular week. So unfortunately, this is not the best. Probably you want to go to the DC Insiders Telegram, t.me/DC Insiders. But yeah, if you just download the software from layer2labs.com/download, and then you just try around. We have a faucet. We have 2 networks with fake coins. You can, by the way, the software also will connect, if you ask it to, it will connect to regular Bitcoin Core V30 network, or at least V29. I think V30 maybe this week. And you can use Bitwindow with real coins. The only problem with that is our software is new, and in particular, Bitwindow is designed to be like more of a move fast, break things part, whereas the other stuff is not designed to be that way. But like, the Enforcer and the L2 full node software. But yeah, Bitwindow is supposed to be kind of like more fun and interesting, and a little bit more, because it is a fully cosmetic graphical user interface. You could swap out, you could fork that and make a different version without needing to like go through a Bitcoin Core bureaucracy nonsense, which is the root of a lot of these problems. You could just fork Bitwindow and have your own Bitwindow, and then you could change the colors or just rewrite or just delete Terra things out. So yeah, but I think the real way to actually get involved is to try the software, and that will give you a really deep connection to what is actually happening. And you get to see for itself all the good and the bad, because to do the full node, you have to sync. If you want to sync, our SigNet is pretty small, but it's still like 2 gigabytes because we've ran it through maybe 500,000 blocks or so. But we are going to reset it. After running it for more than a year, this is the 1 week that we are resetting it. So it should be easier than ever to do the L2L SigNet. And then the ForkNet, which resembles Bitcoin Core, you need the full like 700 gigabyte, 800 gigabyte blockchain for that. The 800 gigameg we got to pay homage to. It's funny because, as someone who speaks a lot, it's easy to just say the wrong thing, but that is funny. That's just a funny. What does he think? Like, does he use a computer? Calvin Ayre, what an incredible, what a legend, but also maybe a crazy person. But yeah, so that's be in the Telegram group, t.me/DC Insiders. Talk on topic. These people in there sometimes ramble off topic, and I have to go and delete everything. We got a bunch of kooky people in there, but we got great people in there. And
you even have Vitalik in there, who just
Vitalik
sometimes
hangs out in there. Yeah, he'll sometimes necro post and be like, I don't really agree with this. We have some great people in there. And
I think it was because of my interview with Vitalik when I plugged the Telegram channel.
Yeah, we had to lock it down.
Exactly. You got a lot of spammers.
A lot of bots and things. Yeah. But hey, it's part of being big, I guess. But so be in the Telegram group, follow me on Twitter. It's not that I need the followers, but that is a good way to learn about. I'm obviously going to tweet about stuff. But then trying the software is a very serious thing. You can see for yourself, this part of the software isn't as fun, or this is really fun. This is really cool. What a cool idea. How does this work? And that's good. And we need people to test, and we need people to find bugs. We have upgraded the front end, the graphical interface part a lot, but as a result, it's become less reliable. This is the growing pain. It's just a zigzag type of a thing. So before, that user interface sucked. Now it's good, but it sometimes doesn't work, especially on Windows. God damn, this Windows, operating system is just cursed, and they're just ruining everything with it. It's awful, but whatever. But the point is, I think that, the Mac people have it the best, because we have most of the people who test are Mac, and of course, Linux. Those work better than the Windows one is temperamental, and because not enough people even test with it. So that would help if you do. And then you can actually learn for yourself. You can see, okay, you can download. You go click bit window and you click to the sidechains tab, and you can download Thunder, which is my L2 sidechain. And my plan is to have 14 of these geographically distributed L2s. So you have like North America Thunder, Southeast Asia Thunder, or whatever, Europe Thunder, etc. And then you can go on GitHub and look up the scripts, and you can see, oh, this is actually, we've tested this and we've improved the performance, and it has been tested at a rate like a stopwatch. It's been tested at a rate that would allow 8 billion people to onboard and use. Lightning can't even do something like that. No one would even write a test like that because it's not possible. Because in order to onboard people to the Lightning Network, you need a channel. There's not enough L1 block space to give channels to everyone. So they can't even conceive of writing a test that we have already written and passed. So yeah, I think hanging out in the Telegram is a very good option. And because that's where we hang out.
I also want to mention something because you spoke along the lines of forking the code and changing the color. I saw a post on the Drivechain Talk Telegram channel about forking Blue Wallet, and now it's called Red, and it's in test flight on iOS.
That's right. We have a mobile wallet.
Is this going to be like the SPV way of trying the drive chains without syncing your node?
Yeah, I think so. That is the idea. Is Blue Wallet is great, and so I thought, well, also, even though I really like Electrum, you can only get it on mobile Android. You can't get it on iOS. So I was like, oh, even though I love Electrum, I think great piece of software. But we were like, well, let's get both. And then a Blue Wallet's really good. And we wanted to pay homage, but we didn't want it to be like Bitcoin Cash, where the name is too similar. So we just changed to Red Wallet. I hope they don't mind. But this is experimental, and it basically, it works. The L1 sending and receiving money works. So will it ever work for all the L2s? Well, yeah, eventually. But, we only just started this part up. But yeah, if you want, which should be possible. I think we're changing this as we speak. Before you had to be like invited to the test, but now I think it will be anyone with the link can try it out. Of course, there's nothing really that groundbreaking about a mobile wallet. You know what I mean? Like there's no like Drivechain technology per se in the mobile wallet. The Drivechain technology is about having competing L2s, letting anyone start up a new L2 without like changing code in Bitcoin Core or something like that, letting the L2s just live and die on their own transaction fees. And so we won't need to be centrally planned by Bitcoin Core, and we won't need Bitcoin Core to be infallible, because not only are they not infallible, but they are basically part of the derangement at this point. So and the idea is that competition will cure everything. So if there's something wrong, like everyone's using, so you have L1. L1 lets you move among the different L2s, and then if this L2 is not adding, Nick Carter is going to say this L2 is not adding quantum resistant signatures. Then they can either say, well, we don't care about that because it's not a big deal, and maybe they're right, or they can say, okay, we'll add the quantum signatures, or someone can fork the code, create a different L2 that's almost exactly the same, add the quantum resistant signatures, and now we have that option as users. We have that optional different L2.
Plus, there is no consensus on which signatures are better for Bitcoin. Like you have the Winternitz ones, you have the Lamport ones, you have a bunch of hybrids. Like it's still a very experimental phase, and maybe that you're going to have different sidechains that approach quantum resistance in a different way.
Precisely right. And there'll also be a lot of bike shedding. So people will just have endless debates, because the debate really isn't about which signature is better. Like, let's say, imagine a situation where there's 4 types of quantum resistant signature. We'll just make this up. We'll just call them A, B, C, D. And actually, A and B are much better than C and D. It's not totally clear. This is a fake scenario I just invented now. But in the world we have now, what will happen? everyone will feel a need to weigh in on A and B being better than C and D, but then they won't agree on A versus B because A and B are kind of like equally good. Both of them would get the job done, say, maybe. Or maybe all four of them would get the job done, but A and B are just clearly better than C and D. So what will happen is there'll be lots and lots and lots of discussion. And nothing will actually get done because people will say, "Oh, how do we know? Are you?" And then they'll make hats. They'll make baseball hats that say, "Oh, I'm Team A," and then they'll put stuff in their Twitter name, and they'll say, "Oh, are you an A or a B?" And we'll have this big fight over it, and the whole thing will be a complete, no offense, just a fucking waste of everyone's time, which is annoying. And then what would happen in a sane universe? In a sane universe that has Drivechain already, or it has any kind of L2 competition, but what it would do is it would say like, "Oh, okay, we want a quantum resistant option." Someone would look, they would invest a little bit of time, they would say, "Oh, A, B, C, D." They would think about it for like 1 or 2 weeks. They'd say, "Yeah, A and B seem better." They'd just pick one and put it in, and then no one would even ever talk about this again. They would just say, "This is the quantum resistant option," and then maybe like some obscure, arcane academic people would be like, "Oh, did you know they picked B, but A would have been slightly better." 18 months later, we realized A would have been slightly better in these obscure ways that really no one cares about. That's an insane way to run the project, but that is how we run the project. It will all be bike shedding. All the soft fork talk has been bike shedding. So it has all just been about the political reputation of the people talking instead of the cost benefit analysis on adding the soft fork, because all of the op nop and op success, op true, all of these style of soft fork carry absolutely no risk whatsoever, and they are ignorable, opt in, and easily reversible. So they have basically as little risk as you could possibly ever have. This is like the theoretical minimum level of risk that anything could have. And in fact, random other changes, such as Matt Corallo's change to remove 600 millionths of a second from a like matrix multiplication or something that ended up having an inflation bug. And I'm not saying that Matt Corallo did the wrong thing or even that he made a mistake, because whenever anyone does any software development or whenever anyone does anything, there will be tiny little mistakes here and there. That is healthy and that is totally normal. And the only reason I bring that up is to say that was not Matt Corallo's 600-second matrix multiplier, 600 millionths of a second matrix multiplication. That was not a hard fork. That was not a soft fork. That was not a proposal. That was not a BIP. But it accidentally had an inflation bug and it would have hard forked unexpectedly. So we have that. And then we have that's like the normal, that's the baseline. And then we have and all of that actually happened. That wasn't like a theoretical thing. That was made in the Bitcoin Core. Again, it had a super obscure bug, the recent one, where it would just delete your wallet and delete all of your coins. Now, super obscure, yes, but still, like that's not good. Bitcoin Core should not be, it's definitely the number one job is that it should not delete all of the users' coins. We don't want that. But this is the baseline for software development: is that when you do it, there are tiny mistakes. And by doing nothing, you also have huge mistakes. You have a heart bleed and you have dependencies and you have all kinds of stuff. Vulnerabilities are discovered. And then they have to be disclosed and you have to have this thing. So by not doing anything, you have a risk. And then by doing something, you have a risk. This is the baseline level of risk. The soft fork that are the op-nop, op-true, op-success, they are beneath that threshold of just the normal everyday risk. They are like literally as low risk as you could possibly hit with any idea. But yet we bike shed. You know what I mean? So this is like a case where you have ideas A, B, C, D, A through G. They're all of them have some big benefit to Bitcoin and zero cost, zero risk. No cost in the sense of any other, what would cost any other software change. Things that are not hard or soft forks, things that are just refactoring code, maintaining code. So these are all A through G are all good, but instead we get none of them. and no one does anything about it. And if you try to do anything about it, you are accused of trying to attack Bitcoin or trying to break Bitcoin. So actually, again, everything is flipped. All of the good people get criticized, and the people who are doing the wrong thing, the apathy, the negligence of Ava Chow, and the spinelessness that they won't engage because they are worried about how the controversy will affect them. The selfishness that is rewarded. And again with the op return with Luke, and they make a bunch of attention about this fake issue. They get rewarded with the attention. The whole community is distracted for 2 years. So these are the big problems, which are that we have this scar tissue that won't heal, but also like it has a deranging effect on the community.
To be honest, I feel like the biggest derangement is Ordinals and basically the aftermath of people discovering how to do NFTs on Bitcoin. Like, not discovering, this is nothing new. It's been done before with colored coins and Counterparty and Omni. And basically, this trend came to Bitcoin once again. And the people who got onboarded to Bitcoin via memes and narratives about what it is and how it works, they sort of fell for the whole story that this is an attack and this is something that needs to get patched. Like, this is a CVE, as Luke Dash Jr. submitted it. And then he built this cult around his idea that Bitcoin needs to receive a lot of filters, and he should be the one who is put in charge of deciding what is a good transaction and what is not. And I think Casey sort of broke Bitcoiners, like, spiritually.
Yes.
Because there are a lot of derangements that followed when they realized that their plans are not working, when the goalposts kept moving. At first they were saying we're gonna filter Bitcoin and it's gonna remain pure, and then they said, well, we can't filter everything, well, we can just filter this. Well, filters are working. This was, I think, Super Testnet who joined my show and said this, that filters are working because they make your node use less bandwidth. That was his argument. And I'm like, that's not what filters working actually means. It was supposed to keep the network secure. It's not about just your node. And he's like, yeah, but it helps my node save some bandwidth, maybe in some countries.
Yeah, that's not the criterion, though. He knows perfectly well you could do blocks only, or you could just shut your node off, and then it would be using no bandwidth. Like that's not the point. If you still want to measure confirmations, you can run it in blocks only. You can run it with no mempool. You can just say, I don't want any mempool. That will save a lot of bandwidth. It's actually reversed. I mean, I hate to get bogged down in the technical weeds, but the whole point of a lot of this stuff was we want the mempool to match the actual block. This is like, I'm just going to give people like a 2-minute technical dump. I know everyone's going to find this boring and crazy, but
that's why the show exists.
Yeah, this show is definitely like a place for it. So if the mempool really matches what the next block is found, then it's redundant. So the way the software used to work was every Bitcoin node would download the transactions twice. First, it would download them whenever someone broadcast them in real time. Then, when someone found a block, they would send you the whole block. Back then, it didn't matter that you downloaded them twice because they were basically empty. There was like Hal Finney's transaction to Satoshi, or vice versa. And so there's only like 3 transactions per block, and it doesn't matter. But eventually, everyone realized, oh, this is actually really stupid. We don't want to download them twice. We already have them in the mempool. So they came up with these clever things that people have heard of, maybe. But these are these various near blocks, whatever, compact blocks. X-Thin, it was called in Bitcoin Cash. There was this thing, it was like a Erlay. There's all these things, these ideas about the, what was that one that had like the photon, like light name? I forgot. Do you remember the name? But people can find it. The point is, people invented all this stuff, the Bloom filters. They invented all this stuff so that if you have a mempool where you have basically the same block, and the block comes in, it says, we already have these transactions. So I only download them once instead of twice. It's doing more with less. It's just very smart. Now, the whole reason with the op return drama, it was why they wanted to get rid of that, is because the mempool, when people just broadcast directly to Slipstream, where they broadcast directly to the miner, they broadcast directly to Marathon or whatever, the transaction accelerator. Now there's a transaction. Now they don't match anymore. When the block is found, it has the ordinal, but it doesn't match the expected block. So actually, the bandwidth, we're now back into it sabotages the efficiency of the Bloom filters. So super testing is actually wrong. I like super testing a lot. It's a friend and a super nice guy, but actually the bandwidth usage goes up when it doesn't match, because you cannot take advantage of these technologies that were invented. So that was why Bitcoin Core was like, well, hey, these transactions are making it in anyway. They're harming the node when it doesn't match. So let's just make it match. We'll have our mempool match. And that's why it is a desirable thing to have your mempool match Marathon mining pool, their mempool. You want the mempools to match. It actually saves bandwidth. And there's another thing that I have to point out. When the transactions are broadcast across the network, they kind of they kind of evenly diffuse through the network in kind of like a random, chaotic way. And this is good. When the block is found, in contrast, there's this pulse across the network. Everyone tries to download the exact same file at the same time. So all of a sudden, it may not have mattered now, but back in 2015, you could tell, clever hacker people could tell, and the internet service provider, and certainly the government and the NSA in the United States, they could tell who was running a Bitcoin node because a block would be found and bang, oh, suddenly all these people want to download a 1 megabyte file at the same time. But that's not the case if you take advantage of these Bloom filters. So all this stuff was removing op return was always a good idea. Whoever pays for the transaction is the rightful owner. Luke's plan to go down the list and start censoring people because they make transactions that he doesn't like, that is what will stop it from being money. So this whole argument about, oh, Bitcoin is for money, it's not for JPEGs, that is the stupidest thing in the world. Once you censor someone's ability to use their money the way they want to use it, that's what makes it not money anymore. So it's only money if you can use it for the JPEGs, actually. So they're wrong, just wrong about everything. But instead, we had to spend multiple years, 2.5 years, talking about this issue. Where
and
one side,
I've seen it come back. Like a couple of days ago, I've seen Hodlow not post about it, and the infinity divided by 21 million guy, or 21 divided. No, I think it's infinity divided by 21 million. He was posting about this, and it seems like it doesn't go away. It gets engagement. Yeah. It gets. Some companies have figured out ways to sell products because of this. Like they sell nodes in a box that you plug to the wall, and you get to choose between core or knots. It's just
user's
crazy.
choice. Yeah, and everyone knows that the knots node actually, when push comes to shove, it does not reject it will take the block full of JPEGs. So it does absolutely nothing whatsoever. But all this has been repeated. This was obvious in the first week or two. And the people who are arguing, both sides have basically not changed their arguments, I think. Everyone's been saying the whole time. I think a lot of it is misexplained, though. So, what a lot of people have tried to say is something like, everyone hates spam, but we don't know what to do about it. But I mean, this is actually not my view. I think it's good. Anyone who pays, if you pay transaction fees on L1, that's good. So it doesn't matter if it's a JPEG. And in fact, plenty of people have pointed out that the JPEG transaction is actually easier for your full node to process, because what's difficult for your node is to check many signatures. So if you have this big JPEG crowding out a bunch of transactions that have signatures, that is much, much, much easier. People often, they'll sync a node and they'll say, oh, my node sunk really fast. It was syncing really fast until this point, and now it's going really slow. What they don't know is that they've reached the default assume valid check in the software, where before that point, the Bitcoin software does not check. It checks everything about the math of the transaction, like that you sent 5 coins from A to B, and the 5 minus 5 plus 5, but it doesn't check the ECDSA signature or the whatever signature. And so after a certain point, it starts actually checking those. So then it's saying, oh, my node was going so fast, and now it's so slow. Why is that? Did my computer slow down? No, it's because the signature checking is like, you should consult Jameson Lopp or someone actually timed it as to like what, but this is some huge percentage. It's on the order of like 30% or maybe even 30%, 70% or something like that. But the point is, it's a huge percentage of the work and the time spent downloading and checking the blockchain is checking the signatures. And so if you have a op return image, it crowds out a bunch of signatures. Well, then your node can take a vacation and it doesn't have to work as hard. Your computer, it's actually easier for you to download the blockchain. It's easier for you to validate your own incoming transactions. So all these things make Bitcoin more useful as money. If they're willing to pay more for L1 block space, they crowd out a bunch of quote real transactions. By real, they mean people who didn't value the network and they weren't willing to pay the transaction fee. So this whole thing again is a situation where all of the good people have been. In this particular case, it does seem like Luke is like totally losing the issue, which he should because it's wrong. And but it is the fact that we even had to talk about it for, and that we still like, how is it not a closed issue? I don't understand. But it bodes very badly for just imagine how are we going to what happens when an actual problem comes along? We're not going to be able to solve that if we can't solve this is the tiniest, toothpick of a problem. We should be able to crush this problem in about 5 seconds and get on with our lives, but we are still talking about it.
Yeah, and it's horrible. The way in which this was presented and the way in which they went on a witch hunt to basically provide personal arguments from the lives of the core developers and nothing about their work per se. Like, I've seen so many attacks on Gloria Zhao and
this is a perfect
Eva
example.
Chow and whatever.
I hate to interrupt. You know that I just love to just talk and talk and talk, but I'm just going to get this in quickly about that. I'll let you give everyone the details. But this is a perfect example of then they did the right thing and then they get attacked. So this is this deranging effect that I'm talking about. But now why don't you tell everyone about this crazy that people were so rude for no reason,
Yeah, but the funny part is that, okay, Bitcoin Core V30 had a bug which was deleting like secondary wallet files that you had in your installation. And if you did not back them up, you could have lost your coins. This was a very big deal, but they made a much bigger deal of who Gloria Zhao dated before she got into Bitcoin and how she got into Bitcoin. Like they established this whole conspiracy theory about why she's there and how she got promoted. And there's the Bitcoin University guy who only makes everything worse. He likes to put fuel on fire and just ignite every possible detail. I wish this was more about facts and more about what's actually happening, but these guys don't like facts. They just want their narrative about what they think Bitcoin is to be proven right. And they're just going to follow someone who proves them right. They're going to become part of this echo chamber. There's a reward for virtue signaling inside of this echo chamber. You get invited to conferences. You receive some products from whatever companies are fueling this conflict. You might even get a job at Ocean Mining. And this comes at the expense of having an actual conversation about something which was supposed to get into the code to get merged. Like, for a while, it seemed like CTV was just gonna get activated. And there are some arguments in favor of it. It was also a time when Opcat was supposed to get activated, but we did not get to that point. Every time there was this social distraction that led us nowhere productive. And I think this is a very big derangement, which has more to do with the culture than with the development itself. Because I don't think there is any other money network in the world which discourages users from actually using it.
Yeah, precisely. That's why the ordinal thing
I
is
don't
back.
think there's any other place in the world where developers are feeling frustrated and miserable and they feel like they're spending a decade of their life pushing for something and it leads to nowhere.
whatever you think, people could have whatever opinion about me that they want, but you could take Jeremy Rubin. We're talking like, these are like generational talent people, you know what I mean? I don't want to say this is like the LeBron James or whatever of like a Bitcoin or something, because, you know, who knows? But the point is, this is like, you know, an MIT educated, passionate, super specialist pouring years of time into something. And again, because it's an op-nop thing, it has no risk. People don't believe that, but it's true. This is one of the other derangements, is that people don't understand like what the soft fork is at all. So you have all kinds of people who think it's a change to the. If you think that a soft fork is a change to the Bitcoin protocol, that is only half right. And if you don't understand which half of it is not right, then you don't understand why it was invented in the first place, because it lets you just run the old protocol without any downside, as long as you don't try the new feature. So of course, if you want to use the new feature, you have to update. But if you don't want to use the feature, you do not have to update, and you have suffered no penalty as a result. So these are like common sense things that everyone used to know, but today the opposite is taken for granted. That of course, hey, the soft fork, hey, it might break Bitcoin, whatever. And so yeah, CTV. Again, you have like this kind of talent. Normally, think of another industry, like if someone went into, I don't know, farming or chemistry or something, and they go in and they're like this, they're the MIT educated. I'm not saying that if you go to MIT your ideas are automatically great. I'm just saying, like, let's say you have a serious person who takes a serious look at something. There's something they've spent 10 years working in 24/7, and they spent like a year or two on a particular thing for free to give away. And then people just say, we don't want it. And it's like, that is just literally insane. The fact that anyone would even do that. And the issue is that it affects the prestige economy, which is also corrupt. So it's like, if you get your soft fork in, then you get credit. You get too much credit. Everyone says, aha, this person's an authority on Bitcoin. We can't have that. Then they might disagree with what anyone says, Saylor says or something. So yeah, unfortunately, a lot of these things are all like combined. So like there's like Swan, Michael Saylor, the crazy Bitcoin University guy. Yeah, these are all like the people who have no actual talent, and they are just, well, their talent is virtue signaling on Twitter and putting other people down, making it seem as though they hate shitcoining, even though a lot of these people are like very late to the game, or they sell something else. I mean, basically, MSTR stock is a shitcoin, and so is the Bitcoin University, the fee or whatever. Could buy, these are like competing. You could buy Bitcoin with that money, but instead, Jeremy Rubin's giving away technology for free. His idea is one of the only ones, other than mine, that would let you increase the number of. In a way, there's a lot of details. Mine is better at this than his in this one way, but the point is, his is one where you could actually onboard more people to the Lightning Network with one single L1 transaction. Yeah, like no one is interested in that. But this is because, of course, no one actually uses the Lightning Network. They think they do, but they're really using Primal to Primal Zap or something else. The whole thing is like a giant self-reinforcing error. The whole thing is just like, from the beginning, the whole thing is like a huge fraud. So no one is actually using the Lightning Network. The people who do, they realize that you need CTV, but then they have to go back into a room full of people who they know that the plan is to just keep quiet about, sweep the problems under the rug and say Lightning will fix everything. And then the same thing, you have Michael Saylor saying, oh, this will all be on Lightning, and these other L2, layer 2, and layer 3 protocols just make up something. The whole thing is a self-reinforcing illusion and lie, unfortunately. So unfortunately, the termites have spread very far, and they have been eating the whole time. So it's hard to say, it's hard to know exactly what to make of it, but I'm glad you liked the article. And then remember, I put that in July, and I'm just kind of like, I kind of knew. I had like one or two.
Have you added more stuff to it since July?
I think I only added like a few smaller ones. I don't know. I think I can look. Maybe anyone can look. I think it might be publicly hosted on GitHub pages or something. Anyone can probably look in. But I mostly I had if I have, I've only added like 2 or 3, maybe like 3 or 4, or maybe I clarified the conclusion or something. Sometimes like I added. I don't know if I went back and added like the lightning debate. If maybe add that to the, or if I think of like another point. Oh, I should have put this point. Maybe put like another point.
Yeah,
I really have
something else which is underrated about the way in which you structured this is that you put a lot of URLs, like sources, to back up your claims. So it's not just you saying what you think. You're actually presenting sources to everything.
Yeah, one of those bullet points can have more thought behind it than like, everything that, whoever, take your pick, anything that, Bitcoin University guy said in his entire life, or about Bitcoin anyway. So some of those, some of the are like just devastating links, or even just links to like images or something. So, but yeah, it is, it's hard to know what to make of it all. But I think what's interesting about it is that the process can go in reverse also. Like people will, when rationality returns, everyone will want to purge all the junk at the same time. So they'll just say, we don't want any of this. These are the people who failed us in the past, and we don't want to hear from them, and we don't want any of this. And there'll be like a truth and reconciliation. And
no, I don't think so. I don't think so. Like these guys were wrong so many times. Like you're gonna have Jimmy Song rebranding. You're gonna have Saifedean rebranding. They'll just adapt to the new thing. They'll say, yeah, I've always thought this. It's just that I did not figure it out sooner, or something like this. Like I had my doubts, but yeah, this is correct. This is the way we should go. Everything is bullish for Bitcoin. We're winning.
For Lightning, I do think it's too much. There's too much cognitive dissonance, so people will have to say, "Oh yeah, I always hated Lightning," even though it's the biggest, because it is the biggest sacred cow. Everyone will be saying, "Oh, I always hated it." It'll be like, it'd be like COVID lockdowns, or I don't know. There'll be lots of stuff where people will just, they can't. It's such a big idea to face that they won't be able to do it, because anyone who could do it would have already, they would have figured it out when Fiat Job figured it out. So although again, the people with integrity are in short supply, but
but Fiat Jeff actually tried to build something, which is very different from someone like Jimmy Song. Like, what did he ever build?
Yeah, the builders know, because you have to get your hands dirty. So the builders know about something in a way that is unparalleled. You actually need every single step of it to work. You need to know, oh, okay, like you can't just do, this is what a lot of people do. Like Peter Todd will do this, where he'll like half understand an idea, and he'll like take out a little napkin, and he'll write down how he thinks it works. And then he'll say, oh, but step 7 is the problem. But if you actually like build the software, you need to actually have which is ironic, because of course Peter does build some things, but not that many. But yeah, some of these people build nothing at all. Jimmy is a very interesting guy, where he like I can't understand why he seemed to understand the difference between the hard and soft fork like many years ago, and then now he's like forgotten it. He's like gone the other way. Or I don't know if it's like an act, or if it's maybe he never understood it. But he was
maybe
very
it's the cowboy hat, because I've heard he was so different before he put that on.
I don't understand it. But yeah, I think, and then you have to wonder what was how much did he really did he maybe not understand it the whole time? I don't know. But and then like the temptation to just oversimplify, like Jimmy's like, oh, what is it, like fiat ruins everything, or like God, Bitcoin was sent by God to save us all.
Bitcoin. It's a book. Like, you can buy that.
And I have to say, Jimmy signed a copy of that book for my friend, who's a devout Christian, and Jimmy's a super nice guy. But I mean, like, I don't know, like we have to just attach every good thing to Bitcoin, and then we have every evil thing to fiat. I remember like when he did the debate with Roger Ver on the cruise, but his argument was like, Bitcoin Cash is fiat.
He was actually Tone Vase was supposed to debate. No. Jimmy Song was
Keynesian.
supposed to debate, and then he was like, "No, I want my own microphone because Roger is talking
Yeah.
more than me." And then he rage quit, and Tone Vase took
Then he
over.
left. But then he came back though. He left the stage, but then he came back. I don't know. That's mean to bring up, but he was just saying like, oh, it's like is Keynesian. Bitcoin Cash is a Keynesian, and it's like okay. I mean, like I wasn't a supporter of Bitcoin Cash. I was not, but it's not like that's not what that means. Like this is just like it's like a hypnosis. It's just like a word. So it's like, oh, Vlad, you want to be a good friend, right? I know you're a good person and a good friend. Being a friend is good, so you want to help me, and the way for you to help me is to be nice to me, and the way for you to be nice to me is to you don't give me $20. You know, it's like a hypnosis. It's just like a word association hypnosis, and you think like these people like. You know, do their brains like work at all? Like, I don't know what to say sometimes.
Yeah, I'm gonna do exactly what you said that I should do like an hour ago and go through all the derangements so that people get a perspective of what's happening.
Yeah, this is the list.
This is the list. So, large derangements, the Lightning Network, which we covered in the first part of our conversation. The second one is the non-mined L2s, and we got to talk about this because today Citrea launched on the Bitcoin mainnet, and I'm pretty sure that you have opinions about that, but let me finish the list first. Let me remember to come back to this one. The third one is the final rotation, where you go big or you go home. This is also an interesting perspective. The fourth one is finished product versus hard work needed.
This is the narrative of Bitcoin. Like, is it actually, have we already won, or do we actually have a lot of work to do?
The fifth one on which we spent a lot of time is paralyzed development. The sixth one, which is very important, is the neglect of Libbitcoin. The seventh one is brain drain, and I sort of hinted at it. There's this quote by Robin Linus. There's the purity tests, which once again are part of the culture. And then you have the medium derangements, which are the MEV superstitions, the security budget, the Stratum V2, rise of federations with quotation marks for federations, unilateral exit, BTC Pay server replacing BitPay. The SegWit discount, this is a very big one. I was surprised because you brought a lot of receipts about what people have been saying over the years, and I was not even aware that they believed this. The stock to flow, stupid idea, which some people still believe in. There are websites that actually track it, and they're like, wait, it was actually right all along, but we were just...
You just change it around to something else. It was right the whole time.
The ninth one is the 2025 upper turn BS. We sort of covered this already. The Bitcoin Treasury companies, I think it was the second topic that we covered. 11 is Saylor's war on innovation. We talked about this too. The 12th one, which I found interesting, and you brought a lot of receipts here, is the useless Taproot. Which you're right, it's not the Schnorr upgrade that we were promised for many years. The 13th medium derangement is utterly bizarre nonsense said about my own project. Okay, you have receipts here too. The 14th one, prediction market neglect. Once again, someone from the Ethereum land came along and built this, and it succeeded.
Yeah, it's something that I had already advocated for in 2012, and
it's not as good as the stuff that you built. I heard Super Testnet saying that he wants to build his own prediction market on Lightning or something, and then he told me that he spoke to you and you gave him like a bunch of math that you did like 10 years ago or something, and he was still trying to wrap his head around it, and he was like, man, this guy really knows his stuff. Like,
yeah, and I was saying we should do this on Bitcoin in 2013, but now we have to watch Polymarket and even other stuff like whatever, like Chainlink. These are not as great examples, but the fact that they're culturally so big, and that was 15 years ago. So it's kind of like, why, like how many other ideas are people pushing for that just won't come to Bitcoin, even though we have a 15-year lead and we're just going to blow it?
Yeah. And then you have the smaller derangements, which are the ASIC boost, blocked SegWit activation.
Yeah.
The cringe Ethereum bashing. This one is actually, I would say, much more major than you describe it, because for many years people have been saying Ethereum's gonna fail. It's like trash, whatever. It's the worst piece of code I've ever seen. It's an affinity scam. Vitalik's gonna leave the project. You have this live stream for Bitcoin Uncensored going on the Layer 2 Labs page.
Yeah.
And DeRose and Junset were also guilty of saying that Vitalik is gonna exit scam, he's gonna dump his coins and leave and do something else and whatever. That never happened. Proof of stake actually happened. It was a nothing burger. A lot of the FUD that was spread about the project turned out to not be true. It was not declared a security by the SEC.
You are 100% correct, but I have to say this is kind of like, okay, let's say that someone's rolling a dice, and me and John Seth and everyone, we said it'll probably be 1 through 5, and someone said no, it's going to be a 6. But before the dice lands, we are right. But then it landed on 6, and we were like, so I would say all the evidence pointed to all those things would happen. And also, there were innumerable projects, NXT, whatever, the names. I forgot them all. Yeah, BitShares. My brain was deleting them all to preserve my own sanity. Angel shares, proto shares, Steam it, blah blah blah. Yeah, exactly. There's all these projects for which all those things exactly happened, like in that order. And John Seth and I and everyone, we were all correct about that. So all the evidence pointed to, I think that was very fair. And the other thing to say is Ethereum was a much worse project in 2015 when all these memes were crafted, these ideas about how it sucks. And of course, they said, I've told my story many times. I think I've told it to you about people were so certain about proof of stake. Oh, and it was always 3 months away. And it was like, oh, they were just so certain that they would get it. And then year after year went by and they never had it. But now they finally do have it. So I tip my hat to them for surviving the gauntlet of, and they made it this far, and a lot of the stuff they have fixed and improved enormously. But yeah, it's really in 2015 there was every reason to believe it was like a total scam, and like 99% of the projects were scams, and people just Aurora Coin, and we just never hear about them. And then if there was one that worked, everyone would have been like, but John Seth said Aurora Coin wouldn't succeed. But he didn't understand network effects and how giving coins to the population of Iceland was a good idea. So I just wanted to pause and say, but it has now, why do I put it as a derangement? Is because people are still repeating the stuff that like we said in 2015. They're still repeating it, even though it applies, certainly much less than 50% of as much as it doesn't really apply. They should not be repeating a lot of these things, but people do. They do the cringe bashing, and they say like, "Oh, it's not ultrasound money." I have that example, I think, where they said ultrasound money. The people bashing Ethereum think that they just took our phrase, but they're actually referring to the fact that their protocol destroys coins over time, whereas ours is still adding coins until the year 21, whatever. And we're still adding to get to that. We're going from 19 million to 20 million to 21 million. So actually, they have a small point, but instead everyone's just like, oh, can you believe these people think that they have sound money? And then they say, well, okay. What we meant by sound money is that there's no Vitalik, or what we meant by sound money is that there's no software development. And then of course, crazy Michael Saylor was saying the reason why Bitcoin will defeat Ethereum is, and then it's like the stupidest reason in the universe, and it didn't even happen. But his reason was like, Ethereum will be deemed a security. Like, again, this is like Bitcoin 101. No one cares who deems what something else. Being deemed is nothing. But then he was saying Bitcoin will never be deemed a security, and Ethereum will, and that will mean that. And then Ethereum was ultimately deemed to be in the same category as Bitcoin, so it didn't even happen. And it was just the whole thing is just like your eyes just roll right out of your head. You can't believe, like, where do we find these people?
And then even Solana, which is funny.
Yeah, that is funny. Solana with the A16Z, like immediate 20% cut or whatever. I mean, I don't know exactly what it was, but it was like, that was very People were really pushing the envelope on that project. So in terms of concentration of, they'd really turned that like into a startup. So it's funny again. You have stuff like that, and then you have, but then there's never like really any accountability for all these wrong opinions. How everyone's just wrong about everything all the time. But anyway, I wanted to just take a break there and elaborate on Ethereum.
Oh yeah, and I also want to add the fact that it might be possible that the winner of the block size wars was Ethereum. A lot of the public wanted to
That's a
build
good.
stuff on Bitcoin, just migrated. They did not wait for the big block size
I
version of
think we
Bitcoin or
both
something.
sides lost. Is what I would say. Really, the large blockers and small blockers both lost the block size war. We were better off before. We were
But
poised.
that's not an opinion. If you look
Yeah.
at where Ethereum was before 2017 and where it actually ended up by the end of 2017, it became sort of like the
Yeah.
default number 2. And then
Yeah.
it had its own class of quote unquote Ethereum killers like Neo and what's the big one by then, Larimer, EOS, and all the
Yeah.
others that we don't talk about anymore. But it sort of became a market trend to try to build a better Ethereum and flip Ethereum, which never happened. And it's sort of, I used to hate Ethereum, but now I sort of respect it. I'm like, these guys.
It has like a. It is a kind of opposition party, and it is kind of, well, it's the only competition that there is. So the competition keeps people a little honest, and so that is good. What we wanted was the whole time. What we wanted was competition and sidechains, which were again theorized in 2014. They would have solved this problem, but Blockstream never delivered the sidechains, and now we can't. We don't seem to. We don't yet have like enough of a kind of political movement. I think for that, and even the miners, they are very apathetic to all, not just BIP 300, but they just like they are not. They do not want to take responsibility for having an opinion, and they would prefer to have no opinion. And they just, you can see for yourself like where's the representation of like 51% hash rate like on at like op next or something, or anywhere. Like, what is their opinion even? No one even knows. They don't even give an opinion. They can't even be bothered to show up to some extent. I mean, I know that they go, but what, they are not invited on stage to like give their opinion on, which they should be. We should be like, okay, there should be a thing where representation from Foundry or whatever can go on stage and say, well, these are the soft forks we like, or they should just be saying, well, we don't want to do any soft forks because we don't think it's a priority. But instead, just no one has any idea like what is going on. The whole thing has become a little too decentralized in the sense of like nothing can get done. So the usage of the decentralization is to protect our rights from interference by a third party. But in this case, we have a kind of bureaucracy and a kind of cowardice and a just overall disinterest and neglect. So I don't. That would be an important thing. I've argued for this in the past. Up next, or at the Las Vegas conference, there should be some kind of like minor 51% hash rate explains their point of view type of a thing. Now, of course, there's no single person, but you would like, you know what I mean? You would invite the head of research from Foundry or whoever it is. I don't know. You would invite like each of the pools all have someone they could send. And they could send, and then they would be there in this little room, on stage. And then people could say, oh, so what do you think? And then, what would they say now is they would say, well, we've never heard of any of these. We have no idea what's going on. Right. But then the
Well,
question is,
that's also a consequence of scaling the mining industry, where you got a bunch of suits who know nothing about mining, but know a lot more about electricity and
I,
logistics. And
I agree about that. But I also think when the scale is bigger, now it's easier to just spend $200,000 a year. You have someone full time who's like your whatever guy, your technical guy, your researcher. And this would be like a job, like having like a chief legal officer or like a chief marketing officer or like a chief financial officer. You'd have like your chief whatever, like Bitcoin growth officer or something like that, and you would say, okay, which of these soft forks is either going to raise the market price of Bitcoin by adding new features that people want, or increase transaction fee revenues to miners. And they would have people would write reports on that. Instead, no one wants to, because everyone secretly believes that, or they're afraid to look. They're afraid of what they would find, because they're afraid if they look, they're going to find that whatever Lightning sucks or whatever, and that this, so then they just don't want to talk about it.
Also want to mention that in 2015, I think, Slush Pool was the first mining pool to support Bitcoin XT, and they got DDoS attacked.
Yeah. I think, well, that was because miners at that time, but yeah, miners at the time were large blockers. And like for a long while after, and maybe they still are, as far as anyone knows. Now they're kind of just like, it's almost even worse, because now they just have no opinion on anything, even their own bottom line. It seems to me, as strange as that sounds. I think part of it is that the mining turnover is very high. You know what I mean? Like, if let's say everyone just bought, the ASICs wear out, over time. So if instead you bought one ASIC, and let's say there's only 1 million ASICs in the world, and if you have one, you have 1 millionth. Well, then everyone would care a lot about like increasing transaction fees, increasing L1, increasing like the exchange rate of Bitcoin, because now you got this little thing that's printing 1%, but they have to spend so much money replacing it and finding the cheap power. So maybe they're distracted. They don't care as much about growth. Of course, the block subsidy is still pretty high relative to the transaction fees. So maybe it will fix itself in a few years, although of course it's always smarter to intelligently foresee what will happen versus scramble later on in an emergency situation. That is a very foolish way to behave. But maybe it will be improved or fixed later when eventually the fees are high, a higher percentage of than the block reward has halved many times. Miners will say, well, listen, if we don't have, what are you doing? It'll go up the, up the chain of command, not the blockchain, but it'll go up the chain, and it will say, they'll call, whoever will call the end user, the end miner will call Foundry USA, and they'll say, what are you doing to get us more transaction fees? And Foundry USA will call whoever, like, I don't know, Bitmain, or I don't know, whoever. They'll have like maybe an organization for this or something. I just would like there to be something based on knowledge. So, but right now, there is no such thing. There's just not having an opinion, and everyone ignoring. Everyone thinks, well, that's too controversial, so it won't work, And the self-fulfilling prophecy of neglect. And this is, again, all these are things that will, they will like kill the project eventually. Like, the fact the soft fork is so harmless and so useful that the very fact that for whatever reason we can't do it, that proves that the community is sort of doomed to some extent. Because it's like, you're not going to go for that, and it's not even that hard to understand. I mean, it's kind of advanced, but it's not. We were doing the soft forks in 2012, and we invented them for this purpose. The safe upgrade that not everyone has to take at the same time. So
I think like the Luke Dash Jr. like definition of the soft fork has sort of ruined the outcomes. Like when he said that soft forks are basically hard forks that you activate slowly over time.
Yeah, he is wrong about that. But he has a very different conception of what it is. But I don't think anyone really shares his view. And hopefully, one of the good things about the collapse of his weird narrative, and I think that people have realized that he is kind of a crazy, and there was just spent all this time telling everyone that they would op return would kill Bitcoin. the opportunity expanding it would make Bitcoin just another shitcoin.
But now they're even more convinced. They're like, oh, look at this. Since Bitcoin Core V30 launched, the price went down. It was 125,000. And there's this correlation of events that happened. And they're like, oh, there's this bug that was in the code and could delete wallet files. Of course, it's killing Bitcoin.
Yeah. Well, that's the problem. Core is not, if Core had their act together, they would not be open to this kind of counterattack. But it's because Core is also terrible. So Luke and Core are both terrible. No offense to them. I'm calling them terrible, like to their face. But you know, Luke is wrong about the op return, and the sensationalist nonsense argument is itself, you know, deranging and absurd. But Core, like, they also don't have their act together. Like, they should not govern based on controversy. That just opens the door to being manipulated by fake controversy, which is exactly what has happened numerous times, as you pointed out, as we discussed. And we can discuss more. There are numerous examples of that we could talk about. So the cows come home, but like Core does not have a kind of accountability for making mistakes. So if there were people who were getting kicked out of the organization constantly because either they made mistakes or they acted too slowly and they drag their feet, and then so that you only have the best. See, a meritocracy means like half the people are being fired like every cycle. So a meritocracy means the best rise to the top and the worst are being kicked out. So if your organization isn't firing people, because everyone would always say, people would say, oh, Core is a meritocracy. You hear this over and over and over again. This is itself a derangement. This has never been true at all. But just the fact that people say it speaks to just, you know, how stupid they are. Because of course, if it's really a meritocracy,
I used to believe it's like the ivory tower of the smartest people who know exactly what's happening.
Yeah. And so
they got crushed by the market. And it's beautiful that we have markets and altcoins, by the way, because we can see where there's going to be this developer who says, wait a second, I want to build this on Bitcoin. It doesn't work. So if you don't let me build this because of the upper turn limit or something else, then I'm going to launch an altcoin. And then the ivory tower wise men will say, ha ha ha, you're a loser. You're just going to end up scamming people and it's going to go to zero. Then it doesn't go to zero. And the market actually gives us information. It shows us, okay, there's something here. That's why you also have an Ethereum Drivechain.
Right. But I think the bigger issue is that, like, there's no, like, what kind of oversight would there even be on these people? Like, how do you know what is the criterion on, you know, is Gloria Zhao doing a good job or whatever? Like, again, in the case of like a race or speed run or something, you have people compete. One person wins, they have the best time. So they at least have some qualification for commenting on everyone else. They could say, well, I beat that guy because I did this, I took this shortcut and they didn't. Or I beat this guy because I did carb loading or something, you know? The first place guy has some authority to comment on why they won versus the other people. And of course, the mere fact that you have one rational participant, that causes everyone else to become more rational. But with this situation, we have a situation where, like, these people just do nothing. The Core just does nothing, and they refactor and they do tests and they do formatting. And then they basically live off of the prestige of being associated with Bitcoin. They're like a Bitcoin affinity scam. And they just say, we are the Core maintainers, even though they don't really do anything. And they put out the Core version, and just because of the prestige, they're associated with Core. And so then they can, like, you know, whatever, like, get like attention from, like, I don't know, the MIT Media Lab or something. Or they can get OpenSats grants. So they get some money from this, and they are literally like a kind of they're kind of like a Ron Swanson bureaucrat. They just want to avoid attention. They want to avoid criticism, and so they just hide under the radar. And so we don't have something where, for example, one core maintainer says this, another core maintainer says something else. There's some kind of external test, and then one of them is defeated, like in an election. One group is fired and removed, and they're crying and they're really upset and they're suffering. That's what we need, is
Yeah,
more
but
suffering.
that's not really how it works, because
Yeah.
as long as they get funding, they're gonna keep on contributing.
Yeah, but this is
So
what I mean.
there's no way to get fired other than not receiving any more grants. But I
There's no
think that some of
stakes.
these companies found like a hack into this. Like they're gonna pay a Bitcoin Core developer like $200,000 a year or whatever they get
Yeah,
paid.
the company also does the affinity scam. They say we support Bitcoin development. We're good for Bitcoin. We equal Bitcoin. They have a thing. So, but what they don't say is, here are all the things Bitcoin Core is doing wrong that my company's going to do something about, that would be the actual ethical thing to do. But that would require them to know the difference between a good thing and a bad thing, which many of them don't. But yeah, the whole thing, unfortunately, is so if Bitcoin Core had their act together and people are really, really happy with it, Luke would say, that would be like Luke putting out a tweet, instead of saying like, "Oh, everything's op return is going to ruin Bitcoin and Bitcoin's just going to be like another altcoin." This would be like as if Luke put out a tweet saying like Elon Musk is going to ruin SpaceX or something, and it's going to be ruin the rock. Everyone would just be like, "What the hell?" Like, they are. I mean, maybe he will, maybe he won't. But the point is, SpaceX, they do a lot of iterating. They have like a business model with Starlink. They actually have the rockets that you can see them take off and land. And there's a lot of stakes, and there's a lot of people working on very specific things. And it is the number one space company. So people see for themselves with their own two eyes, they see the external result, and people can drive the Tesla and stuff. And maybe people disagree on if it's a good car, if Elon is a good guy. But the point is that if Core had its act together, you would just be like, well, this is just some comment made by Luke, but Core is great, so we won't need to do anything. Did you like light break or something?
Yeah, sorry about that. I'm trying to fix it on the go. But I think this is a very beautiful transition into Libbitcoin, because it's one of the major derangements that you listed.
It is.
It's something that's been around for longer than a decade. Amir Taki actually built Libbitcoin as a response to Gavin Andresen always changing things without too much accountability in the early days. And then it sort of fell into obscurity for a few years. There was development for it, it's just that it did not get much attention. What's interesting about Libbitcoin, and I have to check if you put the sources for it here, it was like a major point of contention in the summer of 2013 when that character, John Dillon, was active, who was supposedly working for intelligence. He's very important in the narrative of the big blockers because...
Yeah, I think a little over important. I don't think, because what the guy says is he self-reports as like a kind of offhand comment. When he's talking to Peter Todd, he says, "Oh, I work for an intelligence agency." But the way I read it is he's just kind of saying, "Ha ha, how ironic that out of all the people I've gotten interested in Bitcoin, but I happen to coincidentally, and wouldn't that look weird?" He like just freely volunteers this information. So I don't think it's really that important, but plenty of other people do. They think it's very, 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 very important, and they think this is actually proof. This was proof of a long concealed truth that intelligence agencies hired Peter Todd to sabotage everything, and so that's what they think. But I'm kind of a little skeptical.
Yeah, but basically what John Dillon did in the summer of 2013 was to participate in the bounty for the CoinJoin wallet, which was launched by Greg Maxwell and Tamos and also Peter Willey. They were the three co-signers of the multi-sig with the bounty. And John Dillon put some Bitcoin in there and said, "Now that I'm a stakeholder in this, you should also ask me before you give the bounty." And Amir Taki tried to claim the bounty with Dark Wallet, which is something... I think it was the first CoinJoin wallet ever built for Bitcoin. Vitalik Buterin actually coded for that one. before launching Ethereum. They never got the bounty for it, and John Dillon explained that he did not like the fact that it was using Libbitcoin instead of Bitcoin Core, which I always found fascinating. It's part of, I think if you go to agorism.net, which I think is Amir Taki's website, it's listed in there, like the whole email link. I think it's also on Bitcoin Talk if you dig deeper. I read everything. I posted a long thread about it. And I think this is oftentimes this, how should I put it? It's a fact that doesn't get the attention that it deserves. That this was like the Michael Saylor of his time. Just putting some Bitcoin there, putting some money, and saying from now on, if you want to make a change or you want to do something, you have to ask me.
Yeah, he unilaterally donated into the fund, and then he was like, since this is our money, and then he didn't like. But of course, at the time, I mean, it's reasonable to be skeptical of Libbitcoin, I think, because Bitcoin Core is the standard that everyone has used all this time. So it is suspicious to switch to something else. And certainly Libbitcoin's not perfect. But what it is it is much more, I mean, it's much better in every way of that is measurable. And so it's suspicious that there isn't more of a conversation about it. So the neglect of it is very bizarre, because if you sync Bitcoin Core, it takes more than a day. But if you sync Libbitcoin, it's like now the theoretical limit is just the bandwidth. You know, when you need to just download the blockchain, that is the, you know, he has got it down to like the 53-minute like theoretical minimum or something. So, or very close to that. And so the question is, why is Bitcoin Core so slow? And I think the answer is nothing good. It's just because it's a bureaucracy. It's because it's an anti-meritocracy, and it's just a bureaucracy. It's not a meritocracy. It is a bureaucracy, and they don't want to, like, you know, make bold changes as far as the software architecture, not in terms of like the design or the protocol or what it does. Of course, to some extent, it is reasonable that people would be, but again, the Libbitcoin is, that's something that does like basically exactly what Bitcoin Core does. It's just the exact same thing. So you can easily write tests where you just feed both pieces of software the same thing and see if they get the result back. Now, I'm not sure. Almost certainly, there are many RPCs and other things that Libbitcoin doesn't support, and probably vice versa. But the point is, if people were serious, you would think that there would be more attention on something that is so obviously better. When you have, on one hand, you have Bitcoin Core, you have all this funding, you have teams of people working for years, 24/7, and yet they're smoked by someone else, like, you know, him and like two friends working like part-time over the same time period.
By him, you mean Eric Voskuil.
Eric Voskuil, that's right.
He is the maintainer currently of Libbitcoin.
Yes.
And he was able to do some amazing things with synchronizing a full node in less than 1 hour.
Right. So again, that's kind of like, it's kind of hard to describe, but it's kind of like we take a 6-hour flight from New York to San Francisco, but then Eric has his experimental craft that he's been working on for years, and that him and his friends use. You know, all the supporters of Libbitcoin use it. Miyotaki was using it, etc. And, you know, like it can then get you there in 15 minutes. It goes from New York to San Francisco in 15 minutes. And it just works, and it's right there. And the question is, well, what are they doing that, you know, is it like a big, is there a huge flaw? Is there a huge, you know, is there a huge lie about it all? And you look, and it doesn't seem like there is. And so you just think like, what is going on? But yeah, but instead, just no one talks about it. So I think that's really weird. I mean, but yeah, everyone's not talking about it because they think, oh, the guy next to me is not talking about it, and he must have a good reason. So it's all just peer pressure. It's all just, the whole thing's stupid, honestly. So yeah, that's why I put it in the big category, because there's just no explaining it.
Okay, but other than this synchronization, I know that you're someone who spends all your waking hours testing new stuff and trying to make optimizations for your Thunder
I
sidechain.
don't know about that. No, I don't even. I'm very lazy, honestly.
Okay,
But
don't say that
um,
on a live
yeah.
stream. But my
But
point is
the
right
thing is,
now, what is
though,
special about Libbitcoin? Because you
I
have
take
played with
everything
it, right?
seriously. I take results seriously and accountability. So what we did for the Thunder thing is I ran a contest and I said, whoever can improve. We wrote a stopwatch function. It it obliterates the test blockchain, generates completely random transactions, connects these blocks, and so and then times how long does it take to actually for the software to validate the blocks. And I just said whoever wins will get cash, and I reran the contest several weeks, week after week after week after week, and that's how we optimized Thunder. And I did that in the summer. Now notice Bitcoin Core doesn't do anything like that. There's no competition. There's no stakes. So they just talk until they're done talking, and they have their bureaucratic slop, and they just grow fat, sucking on the teat of whatever the fuck these grants, whoever's giving them this money. So, but yeah, like it would be better if they had a contest and there was a loser who was disappointed and a winner who got some kind of special recognition. That's how you get evolution. Um, and so I wanted to optimize Thunder, and that's what I did. So I did it, and that's I'm not going to say it wasn't that hard, but it's like, yeah, if you want to do something and you have money and you have time and you have an internet connection, like you can do it. So
Yeah, but the
um
question is, what is so good about Libbitcoin that
I
it's
know.
worth
Well, I mean,
mentioning?
we could have Eric Vosk on. He could give us his details about, like, I think he just rewrote a lot of stuff, like in scratch, which maybe is a terrible idea, but maybe not. I think he aggressively parallelized, so that a lot of stuff could take place out of order. I think he had a couple insights about, like, you only need to care, like you can do. He had some insights about some stuff can be done out of order. Like you would think you have to bring in the first block, check everything in the first block, update the UTXO set, then do the second block. I think he had some kind of insight that you could just do them all out of order and have this table, like have this big table of them all, and just have them all cancel each other out at the very end or something. And I'm not sure exactly, but he did, I think he just honestly just did some grinding on it. Like what you do when you're a software engineer doing this type of thing, you make some kind of test or some kind of chart or some kind of thing, and you say, what out of all the things the software is doing, which things are taking the most time? You look at those things, and then so I think he just put in a little bit more time. But here's the question is, how can it be that, like, one guy plus friends, how can they be beating Bitcoin Core by a factor of more than 24, which is more than 1 day versus less than 1 hour? How can that be? And I just think that it's bizarre. It perfectly fits the pattern of derangement, that it's just yet another thing that everyone kind of takes for granted. Oh, Core must be so good, but actually they are much worse than a random volunteer. So, but no one can do anything about it, and no one will do anything about it, and it'll probably just get worse. So, yeah, I don't know. But yeah, you should definitely have him on. I'm sure he knows in detail exactly what he did. But there's no, like, you could poke around for evidence that, like, oh, are they just like skipping a bunch of steps or something? I think they don't even have assume valid. I could be wrong about that. But I think they don't even, so this thing that Core does to save a bunch of time, they do all the work. They don't even do any assume. They don't do any assume valid, and they still faster. I think that's the case. So someone could double check that, but it is bizarre. And you just think, you just kind of think, like, what is going on here? Such a big mystery.
But there's also the other question, like, if it's so much better and it's able to achieve these results, then why aren't more people using it?
It's a completely fair question. And I think that the reason is that you have different categories of users. So, like, obviously someone like Coinbase, they're going to use Bitcoin Core, and they don't care if it takes a day to sync. and they're going to run multiple versions. They're going to run multiple instances of the exact same version and even old versions. And they're going to, I can only assume they have some kind of tripwire where if any of the versions disagree with each other, it throws this alarm and people get paged and stuff like that. I assume that's how it works. I assume they don't just like, oh, let's just use Libbitcoin. So I assume they have a sophisticated thing to figure out if people are really sending them Bitcoin or not, because they're a big exchange. And then you have lots of people just use, they just use SPV, or they don't run a full node at all. They're just custodial. They don't care. So I think these are the reasons. And people do prefer the standard. You really want to be on the same exact network as everyone else. So they don't want, so it is a big risk just to switch. So it's kind of like they have, it's a risk to switch, and it's like, well, is it worth it? The answer is probably no. But it does speak to something about the way the software is. It's something about the, design by committee software process is objectively falling behind.
Yeah, it's an interesting thought exercise. Maybe it's also pure marketing, and the fact that the average person in Bitcoin has no idea that this exists, is not aware of the merits, and maybe that they don't trust one guy and his two friends, which is, I guess, a fair argument. But the question is, why isn't there more testing of this? Why doesn't anyone just put like $100,000 or something to pay people to make it look nice and just work on any computer?
In a way, I hate to flip the question around, but the fact that people haven't switched from Core to Libbitcoin, in a way, that is itself part of the derangement, because it's like, oh, like maybe just no one cares about if something's better or not. It's just like, it's all just peer pressure. It's all just groupthink. So yeah, I don't know. These are all, a lot of these have their own questions.
Or maybe that we're just LARPing about any development, and as long as the number goes up, nobody cares about anything else.
Exactly, yes.
Which is
but
painful.
I should explain I gotta explain the final rotation, because I think very few people know what I'm talking about. But this refers to the idea of people, the rotation is people switching out they have fiat and they swap it for Bitcoin in their daily lives. Now, the last people to do this, they have to be real users. They cannot be NGU, number go up, investors, because the number can't go up by the time they swap out. They're the last ones swapping out at the highest price. This is a totally straightforward, logical argument. The early people can say, oh, I swapped all of my cash for Bitcoin because I knew that one day Bitcoin would be really big. And then when it is big, now they have more money. They have more purchasing power. They can buy mansions. They can buy the Citadel. They can buy a yacht, They can call that yacht the Citadel. That would be funny. And so, but the last people, the final rotation, they cannot do that. They have to be real users. Otherwise, the whole thing is a Ponzi scheme. The whole Bitcoin project. This is the one event that determines whether or not it was a Ponzi scheme the whole time that collapses and goes to zero, or whether or not it was the next big thing and it goes to tens of millions of dollars per coin. Again, this is all important issue. The logic is, I think, quite obvious, and yet very few people are talking about it. And then you have people such as Saylor who say, oh, it will never be used by lots of people. It will just be digital property. It will just be Manhattan real estate, or whatever that means. I'm still trying to figure out what some of these things mean. It makes perfect sense that you just give him your hard-earned Bitcoin in return for MSTR stock that he can print at any time. It makes perfect sense if you just think about it. But so like the final rotation is like, we have to actually have users. This is, again, because it was something that Roger Ver also said, or that the large blockers also sometimes said. This became like, whoa, you can't say that, even though it's true. So again, we have a true thing is being walled off just because it was among the set of things that Roger Ver said at one point. Oh, he also said the sky is blue, I'm sure, but like, It would be funny to see how far you can push the envelope on that. Just like any true thing Roger Ver said, if it's rejected by BTC, Twitter, or something, I don't know. But so this is the question. Like, because you can only go up, you can only 10x so many times. You do a log scale, and you have, where did Bitcoin start? Less than like a penny per coin. The final destination is like whatever, like 15, $20 million. That's at that point, Bitcoin has replaced, it has the pie, it has gobbled up the whole pie of money in the world, and it is at 100%. So it will still go up from there because GDP goes up, and the ratio of world's broad money to GDP value, that also has been going up. So it will still go up by like 7% in purchasing power terms. But you can't get any more, you won't get any more, like, you won't get any benefit for being early into Bitcoin, because it's 100% adoption. So the bonus you get for being early is reduced to zero. The final people have to be users. You have this log scale. It goes 10x, 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 10x. Now we're at 100,000x. So we can only do 10x like 2 more times. So we only have basically 2 more rotations to go. The final one has to be 8 billion people using Bitcoin. But for some reason, this has become a weird thing to say, even though it's common sense. It is like basically indisputable. I mean, people dispute it, but they can't really dispute it. And I think one of the reasons why is that this it just shifts more attention on Lightning, and the fact that Lightning cannot accomplish this task forces people, oh, I have to admit that Lightning didn't work. I don't want to do that. So instead, I'll just say that, I'll just say whatever. I'll just say it's Paper Bitcoin Summer or something. I don't know. They'll just say like that. The value of Bitcoin will go up because MicroStrategy is buying more, which, by the way, cannot possibly be true. Or that, El Salvador is buying more or something. If real people in these organizations were actually adopting it and purging themselves of fiat and saying we're using Bitcoin to transact as users, then that would count. So yeah, there was a long-standing debate, like store of value versus medium of exchange. But really, we need both. We need to win the store of value war and the medium of exchange war, or we will lose. It's like a castle where you have like a front gate and a back gate. We need to win on all sides, or we will go to zero, and we have no choice. That is, if you don't like it, then that's like, this is inevitable battle coming down the road. And either there will be some crypto coin that wins and is a store of value and is used by 8 billion people, in which case Bitcoin will certainly go to zero in that case. Or there will just be that, or it won't happen, and people will still be using fiat, but then it'll be the Ponzification. It will just be a Ponzi scheme. Because we just think about it. We have 2 rotations to go. Let's say we do the other rotation. We go 10x from 100,000 to $1 million. But now everyone realizes we can't do the next 10x because that's the last one, and we can't do it without 8 billion users. And you look around and you think, oh, what have we got? Oh, Lightning Network, it doesn't work. And oh, CTV, but we can't activate it. So then people realize, oh, actually, we can't do the last rotation. We can't do the last 10x without help from real people, the actual El Salvador farmer or whatever, coffee farmer or something. And so then it becomes a Ponzi, and then it just becomes everyone will just sell and leave. Especially if it becomes obvious that something else will do that, and that other thing could be a different cryptocurrency, it could be a different hard fork of Bitcoin, it could be some other variant, or it could be fiat, or it could be like WeChat Pay or Venmo or something, or Strike, or these other things. It could be but when people realize that, or USDT, they'll be thinking, oh, okay, it can't. The fact that Bitcoin is this sovereign capital that people can't take away from you. That is enormously beneficial. But if there's something else that has that exact property and 8 billion people use it, then there's no room for Bitcoin in that world. Bitcoin would just become, like some other, it would just be like Steemit or whatever. It would just be, it would be like the MySpace, Facebook type thing. So anyway, I just thought I would explain that one. A lot of people don't really grasp that one, I think.
Oh, I think the average 50-page libertarian / Austrian economist argument against that is that money printing is infinite. So of course there's gonna be another 10x because they're gonna 10x the money supply.
I was speaking like in terms of like purchasing power. So it's true that the fiat currencies are all doomed, which is great for Bitcoin for now. It's possible that the U.S., if the U.S. economy adds just a little bit, it's kind of bizarre because every country in the world is screwing up their fiat currencies. But actually, if the U.S. government, I mean, not the U.S. government, the U.S. economy can just get like a little extra, like 1% growth per year. I know it's actually kind of a lot if you really look at the history of it growing at a very regular rate for a long time. But then we can actually pay off all this national debt. It sounds astounding because all this stuff cannot be. We have all these debts, but yeah, if we can't, or if growth is lower or worse, excuse me, then there'll be just huge sovereign debt crisis, and there'll be lots of money printing. Fed independence will be fake, and they will print a lot of money. And but I was not referring to this. This is the other thing: is that if it was just Bitcoin versus fiat, then none of these derangements would matter. But it's just this is the world. The world is really a blank slate, and anyone could copy Bitcoin or study it. Like the Ethereum people are doing every day. The Ethereum people are plotting. They're saying, "How can we overthrow Bitcoin? These are the weak points. We're going to outcompete them on such and such." So people could be inventing stuff all the time, every day. And that is when one of those things succeeds, it will be clear that Bitcoin Core as an organization has failed. But it will not necessarily mean that fiat, that Bitcoiners were wrong about anything, or that, fiat currencies were good. So yeah, they will print, and a lot of them are doomed. Who wants to own like a Central African currency or even really Latin American currency? A lot of this stuff is already pegged to the US dollar in some form. Eastern Caribbean is like a lot of the stuff is already dollarized, and then the internet will add more network effects. So there will be more consolidation, I think, of that. But that's not my point about the 10x. So like if they could 10x, that would just be like a free intermediate rotation. See what I mean? Like if they as an inflation hedge, you would benefit if they printed a ton of money, and that is a good reason to own Bitcoin. But it doesn't change the fact that the whole thing is a Ponzi if we don't have the final. I guess not. I guess you could actually make an argument that just says this is just, I'm just going to temporarily ride in this undetermined Ponzi universe because I think there'll be so much money printing that this is just something. This is like owning famous art or owning commodities. It's like owning a giant truck full of copper or something, and the government's just going to print them. And I just want to have my money out of cash. But you see what I mean? Just ditching cash. If you just ditched cash and you bought anything, and then the government does money printing, you're still better off. So you see, this argument doesn't really have anything to do with Bitcoin per se. It's just getting your money out of fiat, which, yeah, as someone trained in economics, I have to say it's, these fiat currencies are, they're not a great place to store your money. They are a really great place to store a small amount of money for the stuff that you need to buy. But you should get out and buy other things and buy anything else. So, but yeah.
I just want to announce that there's Jay Berg in the chat, and he exclaimed sports. That's all he
Right.
said.
Yeah, I don't know if anyone has any. If people are curious about any one of the derangements in particular, we just listed them off. So I don't know if anyone is like, "Oh, what's that one about?" and they didn't want to open the article and look and read the bullet points.
Yeah, once again, so if you're on YouTube, you can find it in the description. If you're not on YouTube and you're on Twitter, or you're going to find yourself on Spotify in a couple of days, it's truthcoin.info/blog/derangements. And even after this show ends, you can still go to the Layer 2 Labs Telegram chat, which is DC Insiders. And you can ask questions there if you still have them. Paul, I want to talk about these non-mineable L2s or non-mined L2s, but I want to ask you to get a drink because you seem a bit tired. And in the meantime, I will do the ads, which I forgot to do.
Refill my water.
Yeah. So let's start with SideShift, which is also a friend of Layer 2 Labs, and they are this platform where you can swap something that someone wants to pay you in, but you don't really want. For example, stablecoins, they're the prime example of something that you don't want to hold long term. Maybe that you think that we're still in a bull market and you don't want to hold into this, or you care very much about censorship resistance. And let's say that someone wants to send you $100 in USDT, and you don't want to set up a wallet for that, like a Tron wallet, and pay gas fees and whatever. You just want to stay away from that. All you have to do is go to sideshift.ai, and you paste your Bitcoin address in there. You click the shift button, and then you copy the USDT address. You send it to the person wanting to send you the $100 in USDT, and you're just gonna get, once the transaction settles, you're just gonna get Bitcoin to your wallet. SideShift, really good friends of Layer 2 Labs also. Also, I gotta plug Brains, which is the oldest Bitcoin company in the world. They used to be known as Slushpool, and before that, they were bitcoinmining.cz. And what they did recently was to launch a hash rate marketplace, which is called hashpower.brains.com. It's Brains with the double I. What's interesting about it is that you can basically rent the equivalent of 1,000 Bitax Supras, which I see that they're very popular small home mining devices, and you can rent that for like $5 per hour. And it's interesting because you can use the hash rate either as a lottery ticket, or you can use it to 51% attack. I'm not gonna say what. I don't want to be held legally liable for that, but you can use it for anything you want. It's sort of anonymous, so you can use your imagination to basically use the hash rate in any way that you want. It's SHA-256, and you can bid for it at Brains Hash Power. And I also have to plug Bitcoin.com News, which used to be green, and they were saying that BCH is faster and has lower fees than BTC, but now they went through a major rebranding, which made them orange, and I do like their news because they're more balanced than Bitcoin Magazine or CoinDesk. And you find a lot of information there, including gold, which I was surprised. Like, okay, I sort of respect it. It's coverage on markets. They added gold into the mix. And did I forget anyone? Yes, I did forget noans.com, which is a peer-to-peer marketplace for the global south. So if you care about this justice dimension of Bitcoin and what it can do to countries that you never hear about on the news, you go to Noans and you trade there, and you're gonna get liquidity into the hands of Nigerians and people who want to hustle their way into building wealth. Check it out. It's noones.com. Thank you, Paul, for getting refreshed and sitting for my ads. I plugged them like 2 hours and 30 minutes into the show, so I hope that there were enough people still listening out there. And let's get to the derangements. This one is about non-mined layer 2s. And just today, Cytrea launched. It's something that's built using BitVM. It's trying to emulate the features of Ethereum on something that's called a sovereign rollup. I think it's interesting. In some ways, for the use cases, sort of cannibalizes with what the Ethereum Drivechain is trying to accomplish. I think it's called ETH side. But it still doesn't pay fees to the miners. And I think this is a conversation that needs to be had.
Well, I don't know if weren't they originally doing a spider chains, which is like a 2 of 2 multi-sig thing? I'm not sure. Everyone may have switched to,
Is
they got
anyone
on the.
using that at all? Like I heard about it like 2 years ago, and then poof, it
I
just
didn't think so.
faded.
And then of course you jump on the BitVM bandwagon. As many people did. So I don't know. I actually am not familiar. And the last I remembered was they were doing. I mean, maybe I'm misremembering. I don't think so, though. Right? Weren't they doing? Citria was originally doing this spider chain thing, or was that someone else?
No, it's BitVM. I actually have a helmet here because one of their team members came to me in Romania, and I was like number 65 on their trusted setup ceremony.
Yeah, but this was when I this was the last time the conference was in Miami, I think. Maybe or maybe not. I don't know what I'm talking about. I shouldn't even just but like the point is, it's not, they could have a great project or maybe they don't. But I think the point about the non-mined L2s that may apply to them, because they may have switched it to something that is mined L2. I don't think so, because basically no one is. But
No, it's not mine.
most of the L2s,
they just hope that the rollups, which are inscribed on the base layer, are gonna increase the transaction fees because they're putting data there.
Yeah. Okay. So to break this down in a way that people can understand, you have L1 and L2. You make one transaction. This is sometimes called a lift transaction, but it's like or deposit. But the coins move from L1 to L2. Then they move on L2. They move from L2 to L2, maybe an unlimited number of times. Then they drop back down, or they withdraw back from L2 back to L1. Now, everything has this feature. Every L2 must have this somehow. And they all add to the L1 fees when you transfer in and out. And all of them, by virtue of making L1 transaction potentially more productive, they may raise people's willingness to pay because they might say, well, you know what? All I need to do is pay for one layer 1 transaction fee, and I can do infinite L2. This is like part of the lightning pitch. So they said it won't matter that people have to pay $50 per L1 transaction fee, because once you do, then that's the only one you have to pay in your entire life. And so that was kind of like the pitch. Very few people ever did like the math or even the napkin math or even any other kind of like simulation or explanation of how it would all work. And then some people were saying, you had people who said, and some of these people debated me in a recorded debate. But yeah, then you had some people saying, oh yeah, it won't matter if it's $50 or $100 or $2,000 per L1 transaction. And this will be like when you buy your child their first car. You'll buy them their first Lightning channel. It sounds incredible, but people are actually saying this type of thing. They'll say, yeah, when this is how it'll work in 100 years. And then everyone will buy, and then you'll work all day and you'll save up for 3 months or for 3 years. And you can finally afford the L1 transaction for your son. And now he can be on the Lightning Network. And people would say stuff like that. With BitVM, I just commented that Robin Linus has said multiple times that BIP 300 is preferable to BitVM, but that BIP 300 doesn't exist. So we have to work with what we have, which is a totally reasonable thing to say. But like he said many times in public and on recorded camera and whatever, he has said like that BitVM is a very bizarre hack, and it involves all these extra steps and is convoluted, and it also requires some kind of covenant. As of even BitVM v3, which I think was presented, what was that, in November? So that's
they
only
came up with V4.
They have a V4 now. So
it's like 2,000 times more efficient.
Oh yeah, because it was actually versions 1 and 2. I think it was more than 4 megabytes. Even one of the transactions in the sequence I don't remember which, and I'm not that interested in it. But one of them was more than 4 megabytes, so it was like it wouldn't fit, even if it got, like it was not possible. But then, of course, they knew they would shrink it over time, so they've been shrinking it and shrinking it and shrinking it. I think it finally. So now, if it's over 2,000, they're making it much better, and it might be great. But this is all um, adjacent to the point about the fact that they're non-mined. So let me explain why is it important whether or not they're mined, the L2s. And it goes like this. Let's imagine a hypothetical world where Bitcoin is very, very successful and 8 billion people are actually using it. And you have 8 billion people using it, and then some percentage of these people are like children or whatever. But basically, you have like a certain number of households, and they make 3 transactions a day or something, worldwide average. This is like on the order of like 8, 9, 10 trillion transactions per year when I last did the math, which was like the year 2024. And this value doubles every 11 years. So it would be 20 trillion in 2034 based on my research, which is, it's like napkin math research, but I did some research, unlike everyone else. So I looked into it a little bit. Now, you imagine a world where this is successful. We got 9 trillion transactions per year, and they each pay 10-cent transaction fee. Again, these are just some numbers for the sake of just getting it out there. This is just, and again, I don't think this is that sophisticated of a thing. This is why I call it a derangement, because I don't think this is like cold fusion here. I'm just saying, what would the world look like if everyone used Bitcoin? It could be Lightning, it could be Arc, it could be nothing, it could be whatever, it could be custodial. I'm just saying, let's just put this down. Here's the number of people. Here's transactions per day. Here's transactions per year. Here is the fee that people would pay. This is a much lower fee than the total effective fee. Like for Visa and for some of these other things, is it as low as free? But then, of course, like with WeChat Pay, there's like an implied fee, which is that the government's like spying on you all the time and can lock you out of your money. So there's kind of like, how do you apples to apples compare it? But with the credit cards, the fee are much higher. It's always like 1% plus 50 cents per transaction or something. Of course, the merchant pays the fee, but obviously they pass it on to the consumer in the form of higher prices. Obviously, they must. So I don't think this is that sophisticated of an analysis. You just write down some napkin math and like, what does the world look like when we have succeeded? And what this looks like is 9 trillion transactions, $900 billion a year in transaction fee revenue. Now, the question is, this money has to go to someone. If the L2s are mined L2s, they have merge mined L2s, and the money goes to the L1 miners, then the miners are the same group of people. The same group of people get paid on all the layers. So there's no possibility of a conflict of interest. The miners don't care if they make, as long as it's the same amount of money, they say, oh, do I get 10 billion from L1 or do I get 100 million from L1 and then 99.9 billion from L2? It's the same amount of money. So we just get to ignore this question. We have a totally peaceful ignoring of this part. But what if it goes to someone else? And this is with the question of the non-mined L2s, which is what if it goes to like the ARC supernode, or what if in the case of the ZK rollup, like sequencer? I don't know exactly what their thing is because, as I just said, like as of like 15 minutes ago, I thought they were doing the spider chain thing. That's just, I guess they abandoned that. So, see, here's the thing though: is if you abandon that, maybe they'll abandon the new thing, and then I don't know. But what I'm getting at is you have either like so like the ARC supernode or like the LN LSP Lightning Service Provider or the Federation member like the Fediment group with the non-mined L2s. Someone is getting this money, or maybe you have some kind of argument where like due to increased competition, the user doesn't have to pay this 10-cent fee. And so it's passed on to the consumer or something. I don't know. But the point is this. This is now sets the stage for an enormous conflict of interest between the L1 miners and the L2 whoever's making all this money. Because we're talking, in my hypothetical example, we're talking $900 billion per year, which is much, much, much more than they currently make. I have the math in the post, but it's like, maybe whatever, like we're talking like only 1/100th of that. We're talking like really, really small, including of block subs. So I'm saying in the future, block subsidies may be zero. Transaction fees are this huge pie. What percent go to the L1 miners versus what percent go to a non-mined L2? And I think for this reason, the non-mined L2s are doomed, because ultimately, even if they succeed, if they fail, then they fail. If they succeed, then they set the stage for this conflict of interest. So the miners are thinking, well, listen, as a miner, I make $0 per year, but if I ran the Arc supernode, or if I ran the Lightning service provider, then I would make $900 billion a year with a B. And they're like, and it grows and it doubles it increases with the transaction volume. So it doubles every 11 years. So do I want to be part of zero and shrinking, or 900 billion and doubling every 11 years? Everyone will say, oh, I want that. So then the temptation is for Foundry to, for hypothetically, to create like Foundry LSP, Foundry Lightning Service Provider, and do their own. But now they have the temptation to play dirty, and they can just censor the transactions which go to the rival L2s, which they can always block from L1. And they can do other things as well. So like the Lightning network is actually very vulnerable to having hash. You don't want to have a channel open with someone who has a high hash rate, because the whole Lightning security model is based on being able to get the so-called justice transaction into the blockchain in fast enough to stop them from stealing your money. But if you actually are against a 51% hash rate group or a 100% hash rate group, now the Lightning network is never secure, and that unless you are partnered with the Lightning LSP, the Foundry LSP. So I don't know. Is this making sense so far? I realize now it went from being kind of simple to being a little bit more complicated. But the issue here is that now all the Lightning stuff, like the HTLCs, the channels, all that is now out the window, because it's just none of that's actually being used, and you just having a channel open with one Foundry LSP. And this is in the good case where Lightning is a big success. So all the non-mined L2s, they have like planted within them the seeds of destruction, which is that they do not kick their fees down to the L1 miners, which I think is not only kind of the right thing to do, but also it is sort of inevitable that you either will have a big fight between L1 miners in these non-mined L2s, and the non-mined L2s can't really win. I mean, they may have the users, they may have user experience, but the L1 miners have all the bullets. They can block the transactions, they can interfere. All these things, like even BitVM requires that there's like a bond that be pushed on and be slashed on L1. But the L1 miners can block anything, any message they don't like on L1. So the L1 miners can screw up every the miners can screw up the L1 miners can screw up any kind of L2 that they don't like. So that was why with Drivechain, I was like, oh, I'm just going to make sure they really like the L2s, because they'll be making all this money from the L2s. They'll just be very happy about the L2s. But other people just don't. They just seem to have ignored this whole dimension of, well, what if this L2 is really, really successful? So they kind of want to have it both ways. They want to say this is a small experimental project and it's not going to have any real significance because it's just our tiny little toy pediment or whatever. But then they don't take seriously what would happen if it were a big success. And so this is just
No,
a
I disagree with you. Like the marketing for Fediments was humongous. They're like, oh, we're gonna onboard billions of people.
Well,
We're
they
gonna
wanted
get
both
all the
ways.
community leaders to run their own mints and run on Bitcoin and blah blah blah.
Yeah, I know. Well, that's what I mean. They want it both ways. So they say our project's great, but then when they don't take seriously what would happen if it was great, because it wouldn't work. So yeah, I think that's a pretty big, because all of the attention, as you just said, is heaped onto the non-mined L2s. But I think the whole category is doomed. So I don't know. I presented this at Up Next, and I didn't hear anyone. What people said is that people dragged me into the hallway. Big people, big Lightning company and Foundry. They were like, "Oh, this is exactly what we've been talking about in our internal discussions." So yeah, I've never heard any counter argument to this basic idea that if you don't pay L1 miners, then either your thing will be a failure and it won't matter, it'll be a moot point. But if it's a big success, then doesn't that reject Satoshi's plan, which is to have the transaction fees go to the people putting the transactions in the L1 blocks? The answer is yes, and it makes no sense too, because Satoshi was the one who helped invent merge mining, which he did before leaving, and we have been merge mining Namecoin the whole time. So all these L2s could be merge mined, and all of mine are. And I don't know why other people don't just take that. It's free, low hanging fruit, but instead they do all this other stuff. They do all this other stuff, and that's why it's a derangement. It's just they're chasing the prestige, they're chasing whatever, the VC money. The whole thing is actually very bleak, I think. Why is so much attention being paid to, the worst category of idea? I don't know, but that's that derangement. So there you go.
Yeah, it's something very important. I'm happy that we addressed it. And you have sources for this, like links that people can click to learn more. Very useful. The other significant point that you raise here is purity tests. I think this one, we sort of touched upon it, but at the same time, I'm someone who got excommunicated for interviewing the wrong person almost 2 years ago. And I know what it's like to be on the receiving side. And it's really not nice, to be honest. Like, it doesn't matter. So I will not make this about myself. Let's make this about Gavin Andreessen, okay? He created the multisig, which is like what some people describe as the silver bullet for security. BitGo has built a business on top of it. Casa has built a business on top of the multisig. Like, a lot of people argue that it's useful. He also did some other works which people will disagree that they were useful at all. And he also supported XT, and then sort of supported Classic and Unlimited, and then he said that Bitcoin Cash is the same chain that he started working on in 2010 and stuff like this. But we sort of erased him from history because of the stuff that
he got off
wrong.
easy, I think. Some people will wish they could just be erased. No, I'm just kidding. I know what you mean. Yeah, he's a super nice guy. He's very smart and very hardworking. And ultimately the industry is so vicious. You need thick skin, but you don't just need thick skin. You need like really, really like diamond super thick skin. The industry is horrible. And I had many people come up to me and say, "Oh, people were like, oh, I've hated you for years." But then I realized, oh, why? And then I was like, oh, I don't have any reason. And then I was like, wait, actually, you are the only person telling me the truth for years. And I've heard like weird stuff. I think you can find, if you go to, there's like a link where I have like everything. I think when I did the whale pool interview, it like starts with like 2 or 3 people saying that. And then also in the lightning thing, people were saying, oh yeah, at first people are like, oh, I think I hate you and I think you should die. And then they're like, oh wait, now I think you're the best. So, I mean, you think people think I'm exaggerating?
I think it has a lot to do, and I'm guilty of the same sin to an extent. Like the tweeting style. Like
I know, I think that's it too, but I don't think people. I think it doesn't. This is partially my fault. Like I like to tweet in like a very deadpan kind of like my tweets are really like all of them are like a joke really, and I can see people reading them and just being like, this guy is like, like a rude person, or like a kind of,
or that
I don't think I'm actually that rude.
That's what a lot of people think, that you hate Bitcoin. or that
Yeah,
you're
no,
bitter. You
that's
come
definitely not
across as
true.
bitter
Yeah, I
sometimes.
know, that's funny, and I actually I hate coming across as bitter. I don't like that. I and so I think it's my fault because what I'm trying to come off as kind of like, isn't this stupid? Like it's very a lot of it's very sarcastic. But I think, yeah, I think Robin Linus also said that or something. I don't remember if it was him. Maybe I'm misquote. I'm giving him a fake quote now. But someone told me like they 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 read all my tweets and they just hated me so much, and then they met me in person, and then they were like, "Oh, I get it now." Like all of these tweets are just like they're just like a joke. Like they're just like Paul, just like kind of like but yeah, I don't know if the style can be fixed at this point, and maybe it's too late in the game to change it now. But I think that's definitely true. But okay, about the purity test, like we have all seen examples, or at least in America. I guess I suppose it depends on what generation you are and what age you are and where you live and stuff like that. But we have seen everyone in America has you've seen like like cancel culture go too far, where you had like uh, certain people were definitely like Bill Cosby was like drugging people and like date raping them or something allegedly. I mean, I think proven also, but uh and Harvey Weinstein. These are like bad people. But then slowly people started getting accused, and then it was like, oh, this person, we were invited to the same house party in LA, and the person hit on me while they were drunk, and that's now like the same thing. Or cases where the people have texted saying, I'm going to I'm going to fabricate a bunch of fake stuff to ruin this person's life. So we've all seen situations where the kind of like the standard kind of gets pushed well beyond. And a second example would be like a social justice warrior type thing. This was a phenomenon. I mean, it still is, but it was like what it's characterized by kicking people out and saying, "Oh, these people are the worst." But then eventually, if you last long enough, you will eventually be kicked out. You will eventually be canceled. So they will come. The mob will come for you. Um, they did that. Three Body Problem has the scene of the communist cultural revolution in China, and the
Oh,
mob
that's
kind
such a
of.
popular book nowadays.
Yeah, the French Revolution also. They say, oh, we have the purges. We just have to kill all these people. But then eventually you get purged. That's the thing. So this is the thing to keep in mind about the purity test is we've all seen it before. I think most Bitcoiners have, even because the Bitcoin cohort is like it's kind of like this libertarian, like they would be like libertarian, like 40-year-old. That's like my stereotype, American 40-year-old libertarian. I'm talking like the OG Bitcoin cohort. And you have seen like the mob justice, and it goes too far, and then you have it just keeps going until it stops. But that's where we are, though. We're just kicking people out, for the crime of interviewing the wrong person. And it's like, how can you? And then it's like, yeah, instead what you have to do is go with Swan or something, which is like like, or go with whatever, Samson Mao or something. These are the most pure. Or Jimmy Decred Jimmy, who was it was originally, all these people were like originally like altcoin people, or they sell a different product that is not Bitcoin, and these are like the worst people actually.
No, you should go to Max Kaiser in El Salvador and
Yeah,
apologize. The guy who
yeah,
did Max Coin and Start Coin and was
yeah.
suing Dash on the
I
Kaiser
really
report.
like Max Kaiser. I think you and I have discussed this about like his show on Russia Today in like 2012 was like the only thing that mentioned Bitcoin like on the whole internet, and it was like, wow, and it was like, so incredible. But yeah, then he did Max Coin, and he was like, it's better because it has SHA-3 instead of SHA-2. That means better. And then he was like, there's no way that Russia is going to invade Ukraine. That's propaganda. They said
Oh yeah,
that they
that's when I lost my respect for him, because
had like 100 tweets, and then they just went
I was
back and
at the
deleted
airport. I
the
was
tweet.
seeing Ukrainians coming into my country, and I was like, "What's happening?" And they had no documents. It was also dramatic.
Yeah.
And then I looked at my phone and I saw this tweet by Max Kaiser like, "There's no war in Ukraine. It's all psyop. It's propaganda by the West." I'm like,
Yeah, it's the
man.
West. It's all the West. It's the CIA. You know, they're always up to something. And so then, but you know, they did admit that, you know, I got to hand it to them. It's not easy to deal with something like that where they had to like, and they did. I think, you know, they cut the RT association, and then they deleted the tweets, which is, I think it's okay. I mean, you could. There's two ways to delete a tweet. There's like, oh, I never said that, and then you delete it and you lie to everyone. But then they were kind of like, oh yeah, we were wrong about that, so we just don't want it up there because it
But
was
did
because
that happen?
yeah, I think they know they delete. There was someone kept track of like because they had made so many tweets saying, "Oh, this is laughable." That so someone made like even like an image or a site where there was like, "Here are the 146 tweets deleted by." But yeah, it's not really a big deal. I still think they're pretty great, but they are just, you know, they're very amped up. They're very excited, and then yeah, they're part of this purity thing where they're like, "Oh yeah, like." See, this is the annoying thing, which is as you've just brought up, the biggest purity test people are the people who actually themselves they were altcoiners in at a more crucial time. So like it was a bigger betrayal back then to do max coin in like 2013 than now. Now it's not as threatening at all because no one would take it seriously. So but then those people feel guilty about their own past sins and their own past stupidity and spinelessness. And then they decide, oh, now we're going to be purity test. And that's what's annoying is there are people who, again, who like then people like me, I was never a supporter of any altcoin. And I was not a Bitcoin Cash supporter, and I was not a large blocker, IL1 large blocker. And but now that, but after being loyal to Bitcoin the whole time, now I want to say, oh, by the way, there are all these derangements, there's all these problems. Then people be like, oh yeah, it's a truth coin, it must be an altcoin or whatever, all this stuff. And yeah, and you think like whatever. So that's the annoying thing is the purity people are actually the sinners. They are the worst of the worst often. And then there's a lot of well-meaning people get swept up into it. And of course, people think like, well, it's sad because they get swept up into altcoin world and they think so. They're at first they're fiat only, and then something opens the door to crypto, and they become very open minded, and they think, wow, everything's going to be, you know, tokenize everything, and everything will be decentralized. And then William Mugayar and all these funny people, business blockchain, and all this weird stuff will happen, right? And they try all these altcoins and then they don't work and they're down 99%. And then they become very close minded. They say, I was open minded before, it didn't work. Bitcoin is the only thing. Bitcoin's perfect. Bitcoin is sacred. They're kind of wrong both times. So,
But you know what? Some of the same stuff that was being said about Bitcoin when it turned 10 years old can be said about Litecoin today, with the exception of just the mysterious founder. You have the persistence, you have the fact that it's still proof of work. Every coin was minted fairly, the launch was fair. It's like honest money. Like it's very hard for you to argue with a straight face that Litecoin is horrible. You can say the same about Dogecoin, ironically, like something that started out as a joke. It was abandoned by the founders. It was a literal joke for many years, and then Elon Musk decided to pick it up and sort of troll Bitcoiners with it. That's also pretty legit. It's also hard to argue against Ethereum after it's been around for 10 years and say that it's gonna fail. It's just give it more time. Like it's only a matter of time until someone like Saifedean is gonna be proven wrong about Ethereum. Also Zcash, that one was supposed to be a soft fork on Bitcoin, which never happened because of the trusted setup. And then they figured out a way to remove the trusted setup, but Bitcoiners stopped caring.
First of all, I'd just like to point out that the earlier argument about the printer, that would apply to any of these currencies. But really, the reason, people misdiagnosed why. Well, second aside is that, okay, this is a perfect example of the Ethereum bashing, which is that I mentioned before about how it's different. It was different in 2015 than today, which is what you've also re-mentioned. But yeah, Adam Back used to say, I love Adam Back. He used to say in 2015, he used to be like, oh, it's an 80% pre-mine for Ethereum. And he keeps saying that. But it's like, that does not matter anymore, you know. I remember he was still saying that in at least in end of 2024. We did a
Oh yeah,
spaces
he
together.
was.
And it was like, you know, 19 million Bitcoin have been mined. Like, you know, like, so someone who shows up today, if they were in a coma or they've just been born, like, it's all pre-mined to them. Like, it's not like what, like the US dollar is like a 99.999% pre-mine. Like, what? So,
No, but the
yeah,
point is
back with
that
the-
it
yes,
was issued in a way that they think is not fair. That's the
right.
whole
But
point.
that's right. But the issue is, like, that question has been litigated now over 10 years. Like, it's over. It is what it is. Like, it's like they, you know, people have had plenty of time to change their mind about that, or to accept or reject it. But now the fact that it was fair 10 years ago, I mean, that does give it some legitimacy or illegitimacy, but really, like, that fades out like very, very quickly. You know what I mean? Like, no one would I don't think anyone would say, like, this is why we have like possession is 9/10 of the law. You know what I mean? It's like really hard to switch and say, oh, here's this. So it mattered a lot in 2015 when this was a brand new option. You could say, oh, do I want to invest in Ethereum? Do I want to stick with Bitcoin? Oh, it's an 80% pre-mine. So yeah, the implication is, see, the pre-mine, the implication, see, whether or not it's fair, you know, life, you know, famously isn't fair, right? So a lot of people, you know, fair this versus fair that. And a lot of people have very different ideas on justice. Oh, yeah, this is the way you're going to take this from me. And what about, oh, and my ancestors took this from blah, 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 and that's whatever. So that's kind of a messy question, which is why we have the possession is 9/10 of the law kind of question, and innocent until proven guilty, stuff like that. Some people have argued that that pointlessly enshrines the status quo. Many people have argued this. This was the what was that guy Bentham or whatever? I'm kind of mixing up all my names now, but the point is, we go back to Ethereum. The implication of the 80% pre-mine is that this is not a serious project, that the founders are doing it only to enrich themselves. And but yeah, like that, none of that, that is a core part of the logic of that. And it, but that doesn't apply when you have, when it's 10 years later and there have been, it has changed hands millions and millions and millions of times. So I just don't think that that's just don't think that that's important. I don't know. There was something else I was going to say, but I forgot what it was. Too
It's
bad.
fine because I think we have bigger fish to fry here. There's the SegWit discount as
Yeah.
one of your medium derangements, but I think it's a very big one because for a long time people had the wrong conception or opinion of what SegWit does.
Many of them
it
still
is.
do. I would go to Bitcoin meetups and I would go to Miami Bit Devs. I hate to call out, but actually, I think the Miami Bit Devs is really good. And the Miami scene is a very good, it's a very serious. We had Chris DeRose and Josh Hunseth originally from, I mean, you know, from that area and from that Bitcoin meetup. And then a lot of serious people have moved to Miami. So even though I've been to Bit Devs around, you know, New York, San Francisco, Austin, Texas, Chicago, even, and but over the years, but I think the Miami one was pretty good. But I would go and people would just say, "What?" And I would say, "Yeah, that's not true at all. It's just a flatly a myth." And then people would be like, "Wow, I had no idea."
No,
And people,
wait, what was the myth? Because we haven't mentioned
yeah,
specifically.
the idea is that there's this 4x number with SegWit, where there's 1 megabyte here and 4 megabytes here. The block size is kind of confusing to people, and they think, oh, if I use SegWit transactions, I pay less fees because I get a discount. And they think that must mean that we're like packing the transaction in a more efficient way, and we use fewer bytes because of the magic of SegWit. But that is completely a myth. What instead happened is that the witness is stored in extension block, a separate place, which is a mandatory hard fork block size increase. It's not really a hard fork, but it's in the sense of being mandatory. It's a hard fork. It's a kind of mandatory extension block, is what I would should have instead said. But you are required in order to receive money from anything that's passed through SegWit transaction. This is a mandatory block size increase, de facto.
I guess this is also why the waters were muddied in terms of what a soft fork means.
Yeah, SegWit is an extremely unusual soft fork. Very, very, very unusual. And I think it kind of ruined the soft fork for all the innocent little op-nop soft forks are just so quaint and harmless. But this one was a mandatory block size increase from 1 to 4 megabytes. So what they did is they gave it the discount. The discount was artificially inserted with the deliberate intent of trying to discourage people from bloating the UTXO set. So I don't know, the details are kind of maybe confusing, but like there was some logic to it about like what would it have to take to, if we had past patterns prevailed, then maybe there would be a 2.3 block size increase, and this was related to at the time of the block size debate, people threw around having the 2 megabyte block size increase. So then this was like a political thing, and it's kind of confusing. So I'm not sure the best way to just repeat the technical thing of what happens. The SegWit transactions do not use fewer bytes in physical space, and in fact, in some cases they use many more, and in most cases they use maybe 1 more byte. They are actually less efficient, but the old pre-SegWit transactions have to stay in the original 1 megabyte block, whereas the SegWit transactions are allowed to place the signature, which is a very high percentage of the transaction. If you imagine like a check or something, you're filling out a check, the signature in the Bitcoin world, the signature takes up like 1/3 of the ink or 1/3 of the page or something. That is a oversimplification, because when there's many inputs, it would be even bigger, and other stuff would happen. But the signature can be stored in a different part, and that is what they do. Is they have it's kind of like when you check your bag in an airport, you check the giant bag. They just stack all those on top of each other in the lower part, and then you take your carry-on and you sit in the upper part of the plane.
Oh, that's a beautiful way to describe it.
Yeah, and the carry-on, it always has no heat, because you can always tell when you go up when you're 30,000 feet, it's always like literally the outside air temperature is like negative 60 degrees Fahrenheit, which is supposed to be very similar Celsius. Super, super cold. And then, yeah, when you get depending on how quickly you get the bags, but you could get it before, my bag would be like freezing cold because they don't heat the lower part where there's no humans. But yeah, that's what they did. And so there's no physics trick making it cheaper. The SegWit discount is a political decision to incentivize cleaning up UTXO bloat. Because when you use the signature, you are spending an old UTXO. Whereas when you create one, there's no signature there. The signature will happen in the future when you spend that. So that was seen as, but there's the myth is that the transactions themselves, thanks to magic technological progress or innovation or wizardry, is that the transactions themselves are actually 20% smaller or something. And that's not true at all. But amazingly, it's basically believed by everyone. and you have to point it out to them that it's not true, and then eventually you can show them. Once I showed someone, there's a block explorer called Yogh, YOGH.io. I don't know if it still works, but it's a cool block explorer because you can see all the bytes on the blockchain, which is great. And I think it's fantastic. And I wish at one point I had we tried to have a Layer 2 Labs version or something, but it was just never got off the ground. But it's a super cool block explorer. But you could show people no, here are all the bytes. You could count them with your finger, and people just wouldn't believe this. So it definitely is a pretty big derangement because it's a thing that just like for whatever reason everyone believes, but no one ever got around to clarifying that it wasn't true. And I,
Yeah,
as you
you actually have some names
Yeah, I
on
named some people
this
because
page.
now everyone's gonna be like, "Oh, I always believed that," or whatever. And I remember years and years going by, and I was like, "Am I going crazy? Like, have I been drugged or something? Like, why is everyone still saying this wrong thing?" And they were like, "Yeah, because SegWit was, created by, the geniuses, and so it must have magic shrinking transactions."
This also says a lot about the culture back then, because people would activate this and see it like the revenge against the big blockers, maybe.
They rushed to activate it. They're like, "It's perfect. SegWit is the perfect thing, and look how great it is." But then it doesn't actually do some of the things they think it did.
Yeah, but it was tested on Litecoin. Like there was an actual process to it,
Yeah.
but it only took a few months. I do believe that after the Ordinals situation, there were some people who were saying we should deactivate SegWit.
Yeah, or I think people are very confused about the discount still. And so various people have like caught themselves. There's like a cycle of arguments, and it doesn't really make much of a difference either way. But people were saying stuff like, okay, so the Udi and whatever, Eric Wall, they named themselves the Taproot Wizards because they were going to correctly take advantage of everyone's stupidity,
Oh, and
which
this
they
is such a
should.
beautiful segue into the next topic that I was gonna propose, which is Taproot
Yeah.
itself.
And they said, we're just going to name ourselves Taproot Wizards, as if this has anything to do with Taproot. Really has nothing to do with Taproot. But they made use of like, okay, so like there's op return, and then there's this thing of the Taproot annex. And so it's slightly easier to, this is like an extremely in the weeds, nuanced type of a thing. But basically, like I was trying to say before, if you have your thing be a signature, it can live in the discounted world. And this is part of what we were talking about before with op return, which is that op return stays in the old world and is actually more expensive than what some people were doing with experimentally with SegWit and Taproot. They were saying, "Oh, I can make a really big signature, and it could be 4 MB, and it could be a picture of a wizard." And so they decided to name themselves Taproot Wizards. So then when Ordinals happened, everyone blamed Taproot, which I think is like sort of ingenious, at least from like a manipulative point of view. It was a very successful trick, and the reason it worked is because everyone didn't know what they were talking about anyway, so they might as well be tricked one way or the other. Didn't really make much of a difference. So then they thought, okay, this is Taproot. We got to deactivate Taproot, and then people were like, wait, this is actually the SegWit discount, so we got to deactivate SegWit. And the whole thing is a circus anyway, because the truth is the ordinals are a good thing. The like I don't know what to say about the SegWit discount. In retrospect, we probably shouldn't have done it because it was so confusing and poorly understood. It was clear that no one really understood it.
I think Jihan referred to it as unfairly cheap or something,
Right.
like an
Right.
accounting trick.
Then he was being made fun of, but actually he was probably more right than, because remember, everyone was thinking, oh, the SegWit transactions are smaller. So they were thinking Jihan's complaining about that. But actually, Jihan was more correct when he said they were unfairly cheap, because it's actually the same amount of bytes or more to do the same transaction, and yet it consumes a smaller percentage of the block by the block weight calculation. So yeah, like they definitely got a lot of things wrong, but they didn't get everything wrong. And so but of course people are so quick to jump on them whenever they said anything that but yeah, I don't think it, probably in retrospect, just because no one understood it, we probably shouldn't have done the witness discount. Um, and then but in retrospect, we shouldn't have done SegWit or Taproot, which is the next thing you wanted to ask about, which is that because these are just to serve the Lightning Network
You
and
call it
Lightning.
useless in your article.
Yeah. Well, of course, that's a little hyperbolic, but basically, you could look at graphs of like when were other soft forks adopted by real users. So you could look at when was pay to script hash adopted, even though that has a very niche. That's not the same as people using it to transact every day. But then you could look at SegWit. I don't remember. It's been now a few years since I first looked it up and a few months since I put the article, but there was something like after the first, I don't remember the exact numbers, but you can look them up and you can see them probably in the article that I wrote in July and many months ago. But it's something like 3 months after SegWit activated, it had like 38%, and then like a year later, it had like 80% or something like that of all the new transactions were actually using it. And then for Taproot, it's like like 0.01%, like flatline for much more than a year. And I don't know what it is now, and I don't know. Someone could look that up, but that it has as people have. That's the thing that we spent all of the Bitcoin dev mailing list time on. That's the one soft fork we got in the past like 8 years. Is something that no one is using, and it exists to support Lightning, which doesn't work, and no one will use Lightning in the future. So it's a waste of time. And it is also like it didn't have everyone thought, oh, it's going to have Schnorr signature aggregation, which would actually be useful, and that would make it so that a more private transaction actually does consume fewer bytes and is therefore cheaper on its merit. But it didn't even have that feature. That was the big promised feature. It's the Schnorr signature aggregation. But that feature is nowhere to be seen. It was never added, and they were like, "Oh, we'll add it later," but we still don't have it.
Yeah, I remember reading a blog post that was trying to explain or rationalize what's happening. They said it's just a partial. So the whole narrative about Taproot before it was called Taproot was that we should switch to the Schnorr signatures because they're more efficient, and Satoshi could not use them because there was some patent going on, and by the time he launched Bitcoin, the patent expired, and we should look into that and rewrite the whole Bitcoin code using Schnorr signatures because they're so much better. And there were lots of technical presentations with advantages and percentages, and
Yeah, they are
I
better.
think that was most of 2018 and 2019 in terms of conversations about improving Bitcoin. And then we got the Taproot proposal, which is not the Schnorr signature upgrade that we were promised. Is like a partial upgrade. It was supposed to have the other component, which is cross-input signature aggregation, or CISA. And that one, I think, is a separate BIP. I'm not sure entirely. But we never got that one, and it was considered to be sort of not good enough, or it did not justify the engineering effort because the benefits
I
from that
thought
one.
everyone was saying like, "Oh, we'll just do this now, and then we can just add this later easily." But instead, they just like gave up on it. I'm pretty sure we could look this up. I'm pretty sure that Bitcoin Cash just added. They just switched to Schnorr. They just because they have regular hard forks. So this is the benefit of regular. I think the cost is not worth it at all. I hate the hard fork, and I think it's very, very, very dangerous and must be used with extreme, like nuclear bomb level precision, but or seriousness. But I think that they do the regular hard fork, so they just added Schnorr, and I think they just added the signature aggregation also. I think they just like YOLO'd it in like 8 months or something, and they just did it. So that's an advantage of their, and we still don't have it. And it's a great the cross input is a great, and this is always like build is the thing. This was like part of the pitch. As I remember it for Taproot was that we'll get Schnorr, we'll get stuff. It'll be great. CoinJoin will be cheaper than a regular transaction. There's some nuance to that, but basically that's an important idea. Yeah, all to just amount to nothing basically. And then all these people shilling it, saying it's the biggest thing ever. I don't know if I linked to did I link to Pierre. I saw that live. I was like laughing. It's like laughing out loud. But there's like people saying it's the coolest thing ever. Um yeah,
It
and
was hyped a lot for having extended smart contracting options and also for having better privacy, which is like a very small use case that most people will not even touch.
yeah, the
Like a
idea that
multi-sig where you can put some conditions, and then instead of seeing all of the conditions that were part of that contract, you just see the one in which the coins were spent. And that's
the
sort of
lightning
where you have the privacy.
cooperative close looks like a normal transaction. But it's like, okay, whatever, like, and then it's like, well, yeah, this is all nerd sniping. This is just like we have like smart people having all their attention consumed, and meanwhile they neglect normal priorities. Oh, and then don't even get me started. Did I even put in there about like this whole Batch32M thing? I don't even know if I even put that in
No,
there.
I don't think so.
I
Let
did.
me search for batch.
This is so
No, there is
stupid.
no batch
It's a,
32.
it's a Taproot. There's this new thing. God, I have to add it then. It's definitely a derangement. Oh my God, it's so funny. Maybe I don't know if it should be in the Taproot section or if it should be its own derangement because it's the stupidest thing. But of course, as always with Bitcoin, we can never have like big privacy. We can't have like ZK Snark privacy L2, and we can't have scaling for 8 billion people. But we can always have what's the one thing we can always have? A new address format. So we always have more address formats than we know what to do with. So they were like, well, we'll just have more address formats. Batch 32. So of course, because if you want to be nerd sniped, just come up with a new address format. So they invented this thing where it was like what is it like BC1Q?
Yeah.
And the version number, you would think, I don't even know where to begin with all this stuff. It's literally like we're being tortured to death by someone, I think, because you would think, oh, the one, clearly the version number has to be the one, the digit one, but it's actually the Q. The Q. And if the Q becomes whatever, an R or an S, then you're on version 2 or 3. And you're like, is this real? Like, you're like, are you kidding me? And then it's like they're longer and they're all lowercase. This makes them kind of harder to actually read with your eyeball. But this justification is what if you're reading it to someone over the phone? Then you have to do somehow capital H, lowercase j. Of course, the clever thing would have been to just do like an audio QR code and just have like something where you just click a button. You click a microphone on your end, and they click a button, and it goes like blah, 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 does some kind of like cool modem, early '90s internet. It does some kind of like Matrix sound effects, beep beep boop, whatever. And then that would actually been cool. But instead, they decided, oh, the address has to be longer. The other horrible thing about the address is the human eye. Of course, what you want to do when you're looking at your address is you want to say, is this the right address or not, or did it get like swapped out? The human eye has the left digit bias. You'll focus on the significant character first, which is like it's like, oh, 9.99 in the store, or 19.99. I would say when they're trying to sell you stuff on TV, they would say, buy the whatever. Billy Mays here with the thing by Billy Mays. I don't remember the what was it? The slanket and the you know what I'm talking about. These
No,
weird
I don't.
products.
I did not grow up in the US. Sorry.
But I thought you watched like the TV got like resyndicated over there or something. Yeah, I bet you couldn't. It would be silly for them to advertise to people who I don't know if the shipping and handling would have worked in that time. But yeah, there's the point is they have 9.99. They have the left digit bias. They try to keep it under $20. So they say it's 19.99. The product they're trying to sell. So the most significant digits are always identical. They're always BC1Q. And so all the addresses are different. So your eye actually has to like do extra labor. It has to like fight into the interior of the transaction. and then it has to like compare, and they kind of have to be lined up. Like, what if the font isn't monospace font? Oh my God. Now you have to try to figure out, like, is this address right?
Oh yeah,
And
and
honestly, I just
you only
hate it.
get one specific use case for using the latest version.
Yeah, and then which is like this reading it over the phone thing, and it's like, and why do we even have addresses? Because we could have had so stuff. But then the craziest thing is, not only did they do all this stuff, and they invented their own thing like from scratch, but then they ended up screwing it up completely. It has like a flaw. So now we had to do batch 32M. Oh, and then yeah, like, where was any of this documented? Like, it's all it's like incomprehensible. They don't just name them like version 1, version 2, version 3. They've got a batch 32 and the batch 32M. I mean, the whole thing's a circus, honestly. It should all just be like kind of really rethought, Like, it is crazy engineers like kind of just run amok. So yeah, the batch 32 is just terrible, I think. And again, let's just look at what we had before. We had 1 and then whatever, and then we had 3 for multisig. And then for some reason, testnet had 2 and 4. I think this was a mistake. I think the testnet should have had identical. It's easier to test if all the stuff's the same keys. But for whatever reason, testnet had 2, and then the testnet multisig was like a 4, and then 5 was the private key. But yeah, why not just say, oh, this starts with a 6, or why this starts with an 8, and just keep the same thing that everyone had gotten used to? Like, I don't know. But
Or
yeah,
it
they make
had
it.
to be BC1 for SegWit.
Yeah, why start with BC1? Why not just start with 1 and cut the Q part also? I don't understand it.
I don't know, what is it like in Bitcoin Cash? I think they switched to Q addresses or something.
I don't know, but no one. We shouldn't. By now, we should have long since adopted
Let me see your
47,
wallet.
because as Samurai did and other people have done, you get the paynim, you get just one code, and now you don't need to interact. And they call you, oh, send me an address, okay, and then I send you the address. Meanwhile, they can all be intercepted. The communication can be intercepted. This is like proof that you have interacted before, whereas instead you can't. With BIP47, all you have to do is post your one code, which is your permanent friend code. And this is what people are used to when you say, oh, give me my address. What they think of when they think of an address is like an email address or like a mailing address where it doesn't change. Oh, if I want to reach Vlad, this is what I do. I use this thing. And what those did with BIP47 is they derive, if I get your code, it establishes like a pipeline between us of where we have an infinite list of. But Luke Dash Jr. wanted to kill this idea, and he had the worst reasons possible. But it was a spam reason. But instead, if everyone had just ignored Luke, which we should certainly have done in that case, then there wouldn't even be any addresses by the time 2017 had rolled around, and the time came to do SegWit. There wouldn't be any addresses. There would only be the friend code. But
It is an interesting thought experiment, but then again, you look at old altcoins and they still have addresses.
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense.
Just wallets have nicer interfaces sometimes where you can have like a NIM or whatever.
My guess is that they just prefer to take something off the shelf. They fork BDK, or they fork like they fork Blue Wallet or whatever. So since Bitcoin is doing it, they follow the leader. But notice that I think Ethereum, for a while they had the whatever at ETH or whatever, the .eth thing. So other people
they have the domains.
Other people are getting away from it slowly. But we should have just killed that.
It was always a bad idea, right? Like, why would you want everyone to be able to look into your transactions?
Well, why do I have to give you an address when you could just calculate it from my friend code? But because Luke didn't like that the first transaction is that you have with someone is 20% more bytes. So he said this is spamming the chain.
It's like he is chasing this lifelong obsession and he hasn't moved on.
Yes, it's like a Captain Ahab. It's a white whale. Do they read this? That must be like very
Moby
American.
Dick, yeah.
Yeah.
I know that one. Come on.
Probably a lot of Americans don't these days. No one reads a book anymore, I think. But I was just kind of one. I'm always very impressed whenever I meet anyone who English is not their first language. I always think, do they know any of like of our idioms about like like as different as chalk and cheese and the low hanging fruit and all this other stuff, burning the midnight oil? Do they? I'm always like, do they have any idea like what we're talking about when we say these things?
I
So
haven't
I'm always
heard.
very impressed.
So something about chalk and cheese.
As
I
different
haven't
as
heard
chalk and
that one.
cheese. That's like when two things are very different. Would they seem similar, but you say, no, those things are as different as chalk and cheese. You might think that the SegWit soft fork is the same as the CTV soft fork, but they're as different as chalk and cheese. They're actually completely different. Because cheese is something delicious that you would eat, and you wouldn't want to eat chalk. That would be awful. You can't really write with cheese. Yeah,
Because
there's
they
lots of
also
good ones.
sort of sound the same. Chalk, cheese. They both
Yeah, it's
have
like a
two
rhyme.
syllables.
It's kind of like a rhyme. The rhyming is part of it, I think. Yeah.
Oh, interesting.
But
Is
yeah,
there
some are more obscure
any
than
derangement that you want to talk about? You want to go through the whole
no,
list?
no, I don't think we should go through the whole list. That's too much. But I think let's add, if anyone is still the two people who are still watching the stream, if they actually care about anyone in particular, or if they care about anything in particular, we should do.
Oh, someone's
Audience.
asking in the chat if you have seen silent payments, which is a feature.
Yeah,
that was
it's very,
added
very
in
similar to
Cake
47. They're extremely similar to 47. I don't remember at this point the exact details, but I remember thinking to myself that I didn't think that silent payments actually is that much of an improvement over BIP47 v3. The guy who did BIP47, he got tired of Luke's nonsense and he just put his v3 like in a different repo, which is not as easy to find, but that's the one that Samurai uses, I think. Pretty sure.
I think it's also in Sparrow, which is still a desktop wallet that's being maintained.
Sparrow is an excellent wallet, and so you see, Samurai has real users, and Sparrow has like an actual engineer who cares about things. So they'll notice they put it in because it's a good idea, and because we don't want people to be having to keep track of these lists of addresses that are all just gobbledygook. And we should have long since moved on to. I'll get back to the silent payments thing in a second, but we should have long since moved on to having some kind of Namecoin sidechain thing where you just have the name. You own a cryptographic name on the blockchain, and the name just resolves to. And then you wouldn't need like that would be so good, and that would help so much because often like you hear these stories about like people being scammed all the time, but a lot of the scams are like, oh, send this money to Coinbase, and it's okay. Here's the address. This entire category of scam would not be possible if it was just like, oh, everything is just goes to like inbound at coinbase.com or something, or if they have coinbase.bit, and every single person knows, no, every single time that I send Bitcoin to Coinbase, all I have to do is like look up Coinbase in the phone book, the blockchain phone book, and also it would authenticate the messages. So when you get a message from Coinbase, the scammer spoofs a message and they say, oh yeah, this is from Coinbase. We need you to reset your account. Click this link. And it links you to like a fake Coinbase. But that wouldn't be possible because you would already know the key. The bit name thing, the Namecoin thing would already resolve. So every messaging that would, the place you send the money and the place you send messages to and from, and that authenticates the connection in your browser, all of this stuff. This could all be governed, SSL, PGP, whatever. This could all be governed by this Namecoin thing. So we should have been long past even the friend code. But we never had any side chains because we just didn't for whatever, numerous reasons. But instead,
don't get too pessimistic, Paul. Like
yeah.
I feel like as time passes, you get proven wrong, and it's only a matter of time until the miners will get hungry enough to start experimenting.
Yeah. But back to silent payments. Now, I'm not sure if I 100% remember the details, but there's a fundamental limitation either way, where either you have to consume some bytes. This was Luke's veto of the whole thing. You either have to consume some bytes to notify someone. Like, because the way it would work is either, so me and you each have a friend code. And if once we learn each other's friend code, we're good. But the idea was, well, this is kind of inconvenient if I have to like message you first, then you have to message me. People thought, should it really work that way? How we have to connect each other? So the original idea was we'll use the blockchain to establish the connection. This also makes it easier to back up all the funds and everything. So there's this notification transaction in that Luke was talking about hating. And it was like you send money here, but one of the things is a bare multisig, and it includes this code. It includes my code to you. So if I look up your friend code on the blockchain, I send you the notification. The notification contains my friend code, which you could have looked up. You could have gotten from me, but it establishes this permanent tunnel between us. Okay, so either you have a scanning requirement, or you have a notification requirement. And I think the notification requirement is that's better. Much more convenient for the user. I like anything where we're using the bytes in the blockchain for something better. I just think it's much easier because the scanning requirement is that you have to scan the whole blockchain, searching for people who have tried to notify you. You have to search every transaction in the whole blockchain. And you have to like XOR them, so you can't like get them from someone else. It's now 800 gigabytes. People are not going to do that. So a lot of people aren't. So I think that's way worse. I'm pretty sure I may have totally misremembered this, but I think Silent Payments tries to keep Luke happy and do the. So yeah, but yeah, Silent Payments is another example of this BIP 47 class of thing. These are all good ideas that we should do, but we're not doing any of them.
This is why I like you, Paul. Like, you really think outside the box. You're not taking anything for granted. You're like, why is this here? Why are we still using this? Is it the optimal user experience?
No, we don't need. Everyone has. We've just gotten used to it. We've had addresses for so long. We've lost touch. But the other thing is, people don't use Bitcoin. They have. It's just a ticker. It's something they buy on Coinbase, or it's something they buy through the ETF or MSTR. So they aren't real Bitcoin users. If they were, they would be like, what the fuck are these addresses? They'd be like, it's annoying.
Yeah, you're right about this. Like, from a UX perspective, it's so convenient and it can prevent some scams. But on the other hand, doesn't this diminish the privacy? Like, when you're posting an address,
no, they preserve
direct association. There's like a deniability.
Cryptography. No, there's no. The cryptography is done very well. Of course, there's all kinds of things that are theoretically possible. So, for example, in the old V2, it was possible to learn that Paul established a connection to Vlad, but everything else, what he sent to him and how much and when and in which transactions, all of that would remain private. And so you can still, there are many variants on that. In the later variant, it was upgraded to, if whichever one of us wants to initiate it, the internet knows that someone, like if I wanted to donate, if you wanted to collect donations for something and you post your code, it was later upgraded to, the internet knows every time someone makes a new connection to that, but they don't know, did that person ever donate any money? Was that the last they ever saw of each other, or did they? So the privacy is pretty good. People always complain about this. These are the things like, compared to what? Compared to, just think of, how many people have been scammed as a result of address being tricked into the wrong address, some kind of address substitution or some kind of scam.
Yeah, I think that for a while in Ethereum land, I think they were using MetaMask, which was basically showing only the first 4 digit and the last 4 digits. And I think a couple of times those addresses could be spoofed by some malicious attackers that replaced the address with something that they generated. and looked similar,
Yeah.
except that the stuff in the middle, which was not being shown unless you actually clicked the button to see the whole address. So they had no idea
Right.
that they were getting scammed.
Right. So that people say compared to what is my answer to a lot of these questions, because Luke hated the 20%. But what he meant was, I don't like that someone somewhere is paying with their own money for block space, 20% larger transaction because they want to. He didn't say, oh, this isn't good, because what it should instead do is like have the user should scan every single transaction in the whole history in XOR or something, so that they can, like, it's like these people are. We made a mistake by policing the contents of the blockchain. Every time we police the contents of the blockchain, we make a mistake anyway. So this is why the Ordinals thing is super wrong. Is the hate, and why Luke is completely wrong about all this, about how, like, people are also wrong to meet him halfway when they say, well, I agree with you that spam is bad, but there's nothing we can do about it. They should just say anyone buying L1 bytes with their own money is doing a good thing. But yeah, it's yeah. So I don't know. We've gone for a pretty long time. Do you think we should?
It's almost 4 hours. I just want to thank you, Paul, for your time. Also want to say that I'm sorry for being late. And during Christmas and the New Year, I was sick and I was in bed. I got this giga flu, which was some of the worst I've ever had, ever. Like, I could have like a slow and I don't want to get there, but I could basically die and not feel any pain in that condition. But I was listening to Bitcoin Uncensored the whole time from the Layer 2 Labs Twitter page. And I came across that.
TV.
Yeah, I was not looking at the graphic that was being shown. I didn't care too much about that. I was just listening in the background to the conversations.
But Bitcoin Uncensored is so good. It's still to this
and
day.
it's ahead of its time.
So
And you realize at the same time that nothing much has changed since then. Maybe just the names, but everything else is sort of the same.
Yeah.
But what I want to say is that during the episode with Bruce Fenton and Fluffy Pony and David Bailey, you basically jumped in towards the end and you sat down with them in the toilet. I did not watch it because there's no video on it, but I did hear the conversation.
Either TNABC or this was the Satoshi Roundtable 2 or something.
Satoshi's Roundtable, yeah.
No, I don't think that one was because there's one at TNABC. They literally snuck in a table and chairs and a tablecloth into the men's bathroom, and they did the podcast from the men's bathroom. But then there were other times. I'm not sure that. I think with Bruce Fenton being there, I think it was probably Social Roundtable 2.
Yeah, it was that one. So maybe I'm mixing the information.
I think they follow. Okay, what they did was in that one they followed Michael Turpin around, I think. But then he went to the bathroom and they're like, we can't follow him because he went to the bathroom. So I think that's where they started to just make a joke about that it was based like on nothing, but
Oh, but you don't know where this is going. Because
I remember being blackout drunk at that
Yes,
event.
you were. You said you had some Long Island, what do you call
Iced
it?
tea.
Iced tea, yeah.
But it was a rough event because tensions were high about the block size war and everyone wanted to resolve it. And I just thought, well, this isn't working at all. So I had a great time. I had so much fun.
You got the drinks. But anyway, I think it was Junset who told you that you should take your shirt off. And you mentioned that you have a six-pack, but you're not going to do it. And I was going to ask you, do you want to take your shirt off during this show towards the end?
No, and I don't know. Do I still have a six-pack? I don't know. Maybe.
It's been like, 10 years?
I'm jealous of the Telegram founder. What's the secret?
Oh,
photograph
Durov?
Yeah, he's doing something right.
Probably a lot of biohacking or steroids. Who knows?
Yeah.
But he has like 100 kids. He's living a very unusual life. Anyway,
Yep.
that pitch got declined. Thank you very much, Paul, for being here. I also want to put something on the screen because it was on the Telegram channel for Drivechain Talk. So someone made this, the two of us with Doge faces. I put this. It's on the live stream screen. You can check it out. I just want to give them credit for doing this because they put some time and effort, and it's like fan art, you know, someone actually made this, and they were upset when I did not use this for the official graphics when we started, but I want to acknowledge the effort nonetheless. It's very cool. And what else? Try the software. Go to layer2labs.com/download. It can be a very fun weekend project just to connect with people and see what the future of Bitcoin can look like.
Okay, great. Yes. And thanks as always. Thank you for reading my article, and I'm glad that you liked it.
You should check it out.
I'm curious about this. How did you find the article? Because you must have just like been bored and like just like clicked into the site or something.
No, I was on the Drivechain Talk Telegram chat, and someone posted this. And I just clicked it, and I was like, my God, how did I miss this?
Yeah, I'm like, how do people find you anyway? Because now you can't find anything good. Everything's terrible now. And
not with search engines, no.
Twitter algorithm is just like ruining everything. But I think it's getting better, though. It was hopeless before. It would just give you this political junk. And but I think it is getting better. But yeah, like, where do you find Bitcoin news? There's like Delving Bitcoin, but even that I don't like, you know.
I went back to Bitcoin Talk, believe it or not. I'm using Bitcoin Talk again.
I gotta try that. Because I don't know.
I'm just chilling my podcast, and I search through the threads, and I realize there's a lot of newbies who ask newbie questions, and it's not very interesting. Maybe I should try to listen to, what's it called, the Optech podcast.
Yeah, but you see, even all that is just like about nothing.
Because there's nothing much happening, and it's kind of painful.
Yeah.
It's also funny with Bitcoin Core, like they launch a new version of it. They went from 29 to 30. There are no new features, but there are new bugs, which they're gonna fix.
No new features. They refactored. Yeah, they have. You know how many unit tests they have? They added more. No, I'm just kidding. I don't even know if they have or not. But because it's not even worth it to look into. So yeah, I don't know. But yeah, I think that's it's not a good sign that they. Well, yeah, people have like given up on progress, unfortunately. So there is actually, it's funny that on one hand, there's a totally delusional optimism, but on the other hand, there's actually beneath the surface, I think the whole thing is paralyzed by pessimism. If you compare it to what it was like in 2014, where it was taken for granted, every altcoin feature will be bolted into Bitcoin because it's all open source. Anything open source ever invented, we'll just keep adding all this stuff. The Bitcoin will be this super cool piece of software. Eventually we'll get rid of addresses. Eventually we'll have stuff will be even easier to scale. There'll be total privacy. There'll be all these features. There'll be smart contracts. There'll be whatever. There'll be everything. And so that was all taken for granted. And, you know, we're going to get more and more people to adopt Bitcoin, and you're going to be able to go to the store. You're going to be able to go to Microsoft or GameStop or whatever, and you'll be able to buy stuff with Bitcoin, and you'll have a little QR code. But now there is paradoxically more optimism, but also less. So there's more in like the very narrow fake channels of like, you know, the ETF or like nation state adoption. I don't know.
There's a lot of money in that, and I still don't get it. Like, what's the point? It defeats the purpose. But people throw money at it. Like, there are so many investors in Gen 3.
You will own no Bitcoin, but your government will. And it's like, wait a minute, like, okay, well, good luck with that. The government is getting all the sovereignty. Like, wait a minute, that was not the. But I think any adoption is good adoption, but I mean, not necessarily, because we have adopted, some people have adopted who say adoption is bad, and now they're setting the whole project back, I think. So we didn't actually want to collect certain people. We want everyone to at least care about the project of adoption. So if we get some people into Bitcoin who sabotage that, then that was actually bad bad to have gotten them in the first place.
Yeah, there are lots of bad ideas floating around, and somehow they're getting funded. Maybe one day we're gonna rationalize the whole thing and just go back to square one and keep building. Until then, I just want to say that I'm working on something which concerns the ideology of Bitcoin post-maximalism, and I'm trying to explain how that works. And I know that you wrote an article about it because you're always like a decade ahead of the rest of us. You wrote a pretty good article about it from 2018, and I found it. And I guess your premise was different. You basically assumed that even after Bitcoin wins, there's still gonna be a lot of infighting, and people will just have this race to the bottom where they still have to escape the dogma.
Well, I think, yeah, at that time I had already noticed, in 2018, I had already noticed that there was a lot of like complacency. And you were just saying, people would just say like, you know, okay, Bitcoin maximum, because Bitcoin maximalism was a very, very good idea if you compare it to like when Litecoin is first created, it's just a copy paste of Bitcoin. So all this work went into creating Bitcoin, but then copy paste, and then a million copy paste, Feathercoin, whatever. And then you had these bad projects, you know, like Aurora Coin, whatever, and XT, they weren't very good. So maximalism was like, just ignore all that stuff and focus on Bitcoin. But even as early as 2018, then I noticed that this was just coming around to the idea of just, well, Bitcoin's perfect, so we don't need to like do anything anymore. And so it was like, who cares about the users? And it was also, a lot of it was like very mean spirited, like the way people were dealing with the large blockers, like you were talking about the denial of service attack that took out like a power grid or something. The Bitcoin Cash era, or the SegWit, the block size signaling era. And everyone was just like so mean. And you could tell that this was not about doing what's best for Bitcoin. This was just about scoring points and doing virtue signaling. And it had all just become like a high school drama or whatever. So you could tell even that then it had all become political. And now we're still paying for it 8 years later. We have, the politics has increased and the meritocracy has decreased.
Yeah, that's a good point. I remember Peter Todd making this argument that it's cheaper to scale computation than to scale human politics, and this was in the context of Drivechains, and I think this was back in 2022. We actually watched that whole debate going on in Riga, and we commented on it. But the point that I'm trying to present is that Bitcoin is mostly about game theory, and you can't really deal with game theory without actually interacting with politics. And we haven't figured out a way to solve the double spending problem without game theory and only with cryptography and computer science. Not in a decentralized
I would
way.
agree. Yes, I would agree. And yeah, that's just related to Peter being very confused about, you know, it's kind of laughable. He's confused about extremely basic things, but he doesn't understand. He thinks that Drivechain is an L1 block size increase, and you know, he's flatly wrong about that. But he's wrong about all kinds of things. You can look at my, I replied to, he did his thing of his piece of writing, and I went through, and it's like every paragraph has mistakes that are just bizarre. And so I don't know. I think he just like, but like he did. I don't think it's clear that he has never. So as he said when we talked about that, he never visited the site because he didn't know. He said there's no software for this, even though the software was 2.5 years old at that time, and it was right at the top of drivechain.info, like download. So he just like he doesn't know. Like he just heard something about Drivechain once, and he just like he wrote down what he thinks it is, and then he's so yeah. No, it's unfortunate that is itself like a derangement of like that this is the kind of criticism that people get, is something where the critic has never visited the site once and they have no idea what's on like the first like 3 words. And yeah, like, yeah, it's hard to get worse than that. It's as low as it gets.
Okay, Paul, I selfishly, I can't even talk anymore. I selfishly dragged the conversation to past the 4-hour mark.
All
Thank you
right,
very much
let's
to
end it
everyone
here.
listening.
What a great time it was. Follow me on Twitter, now called X. Truthcoin, TRUTHCOIN. Telegram, t.me/DC Insiders. Layer2labs.com. Drivechain.info.
And
Truthcoin.info.
truthcoin.info.
BitcoinHiveMind.com. I got all kinds of sites. I got all kinds of info. I got all kinds of great stuff. Okay, thanks very much.
Thanks,
Until
Paul.
next time, everyone. Bye, Vlad.
Bye,
See you
party
later.
people and Paul.
Bye.